Good morning. Welcome to the 10th Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice International Forum. My name is Ji-sun Choi, Director of Division of International Affairs at KICJ, and it's my great privilege to be here leading today's forum. Celebrating 10th anniversary of KICJ International Forum, the forum focuses criminal justice and legal policy responses to combat transnational organized crime, discussing illegal drugs, human trafficking, cybercrime, money laundering, and terrorism. I'd like to express my gratitude to all participation for joining us today. Additionally, this forum is being broadcast worldwide on the KICJ YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us today. Before we start, there will be an introduction to the VIP guests. Please welcome them. First, the 13th KICJ President and former Supreme Court Justice Sang-wook Park attend today. Next, we have Vice Minister of Justice, Roh Gong-lee. Deputy Prosecutor General, Supreme Prosecutor's Office, Woo Jang-shin. Senior Advisor at U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Jason Eckerson. Director of the European Institute for Crime Prevention Control, affiliated with the United Nations, Heuni, Natalia Olus. Director of United Nations Latin American Institute for Prevention of Crime and Treatment of Offenders, ILANUT, Douglas Duran Travaria. President of the International Center for Criminal Law Reform and Criminal Justice Policy, ICCLR, Peter German. Executive Director of Thailand Institute of Justice, Piset Sadrian. Many more honored guests have graced this occasion with their presence today, and I apologize that we cannot introduce each and every one of you due to time constraint. Now, let us begin the opening ceremony for the 10th KICJ International Forum. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Tae-hoon Ha, President of Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice, for the opening address. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 한국 형사법
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tae-hoon Ha, President of KICJ. I'm very happy to convene the 10th Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice International Forum today on the theme of criminal justice and legal policy responses to combat transnational organized crime, joined by experts from home and abroad. The International Forum, marking its 10th meeting this year, has finally returned to its former extent after the pandemic as an international conference held in person. Since 2015, Korea has been a party to the UNTOC, or Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. UNTOC was adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2000 in order to address various types of transnational organized crime, including human trafficking, migrant smuggling, and arms trafficking. Dramatically evolving forms of TOC, such as illicit drugs, human trafficking, and migrant smuggling, cybercrime, money laundering, and terrorism, present a severe threat to national security and social stability around the world. Criminal organizations engage in various criminal activities across national borders, impacting our daily lives and society overall. They constitute an intricate network, making it difficult to monitor and respond to criminal activities. Korea faces the challenge of tackling transnational organized crime. There is a pressing need to develop effective criminal justice and legal policy measures for a coherent and global response. Against this backdrop, the 10th KICJ International Forum invites experts from Korea and abroad to explore effective response strategies to 5 major types of TOC: illicit drugs, human trafficking, cybercrime, money laundering, and terrorism. No single country can combat transnational crime alone. As Dr. Eccleston will discuss in his keynote address, we require a new whole-of-government, whole-of-partner approach. We need a strong international criminal justice network and coordinated efforts from all states, as Deputy Prosecutor General Shim Woo-jung will highlight in her keynote presentation as well. I'd like to express my most sincere appreciation to Vice Minister No-gong Lee of the Ministry of Justice and Director John Brandolino of the Division for Treaty Affairs at the UN Office on Drugs and Crime for taking the time out of their busy schedules to offer their congratulatory remarks. I'm deeply grateful to our aforementioned keynote session speakers, Dr. Jason Eccleston, Senior Advisor of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and Deputy Prosecutor General Woo-jung Shim of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. The thematic sessions aim to examine effective measures for responding to transnational crime, focusing on the importance of international cooperation. Experts in the main types of transnational crime will present and debate practical criminal justice and legal strategies. I thank the speakers, Deputy Director Rick Brown of AIC, Director Natalia Olis of HEU-NI, Director Douglas Duran Chavaria of ILA-NUD, President Peter German of ICCLR, and Executive Director Fise Saardien of TIJ. Thank you for accepting our invitation and coming such a long way to share your invaluable expertise. And I also thank the Korean experts from various fields for participating as panelists. And we have with us Mr. Park Sang-ok, and the former president of KICJ, and he has organized the first KICJ International Forum, and his presence has honored us all. We hope that today's forum will serve as a fruitful opportunity to exchange knowledge and insight. With this, I declare open the 10th KICJ International Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ha. Next, allow me to invite Vice Minister of Ministry of Justice, No-gong Lee, for congratulatory speech. Please welcome Vice Minister Lee with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee No-gong, Vice Minister of Justice of Korea. Since 2014, we've had the KICJ International Forum, and we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the forum. And I congratulate the forum wholeheartedly, and it's an honor for me to be invited to deliver the congratulatory remark. I'd like to thank Dr. Ha Tae-hoon, President of KICJ, for organizing this forum. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our guests from UNODC, Department of Homeland Security, AIC, HEUNI, ILA, NUD, ICCLR, and TIJ. Thank you for coming here. Nice to meet you all. There's more active exchange amongst the countries, and as a side effect, we're having many transnational organized crime, illicit drugs, human trafficking, cybercrime, money laundering, and terrorism. There are criminal organizations behind these crimes, and they're threatening the lives and property of the citizens. And with the development of the internet technology, the world has become more connected in the cyberspace. And with the reopening of the borders after the pandemic, the threat of transnational organized crime has increased. In terms of drugs, which were traditional crimes, we see the effect spreading throughout the Korean society, affecting even students. So Korea is no longer a narcotics-free zone. And not only that, cybercrime, including ransomware and hacking, are prevalent in Korea and elsewhere in the world, and cryptocurrency is making it all the easier for the criminals to hide and transfer their criminal proceeds. And at the same time, amidst the unstable global geopolitical landscape, armed conflicts and security vulnerabilities leave room for more trafficking and forced labor and terrorism and migrant smuggling, threatening the everyday lives and safety of the citizens. And it is very timely and meaningful that KICJ is holding the international forum under the title of dealing with transnational organized crime. Eradicating the TOC will require cooperation from all countries, international organizations, and civil society, and it is easier said than done. And I think everyone will agree to how difficult the task is. But at this forum, we have the international experts who will share their ideas and know-hows. And if there is further cooperation, then we'll be able to get one step closer to the goal of eradicating transnational organized crime. I will also listen intently to the valuable insights offered in this forum and reflect them in the legal administration of Korea going forward. Once again, I'd like to thank the KICJ for all your hard work in organizing today's international forum, and I wish you health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Next, there will be a video congratulatory address from John Blandolino, Director of the Division for Treaty Affairs of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes. Let's watch his message together.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address the 10th Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice International Forum. This forum, which I have attended in the past, is always a great opportunity to survey the current landscape of crime and criminal justice and exchange best practices and discuss possible solutions. The main theme of this 10th forum and its thematic sessions cover core areas that are clear priorities for UN member states and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. This is evidenced by the notable intergovernmental work taking place in Vienna on various aspects of the crime areas found in the agenda of today's forum. For example, we are preparing in Vienna for a midterm review in 2024 of how the world is implementing the existing international commitments related to drugs. We have very recently hosted annual meetings of the working groups mandated by the Conference of the Parties to the UN Transnational Organized Crime Convention on Trafficking in Persons and Smuggling of Migrants. UNODC is also supporting the UN General Assembly Ad Hoc Committee entrusted with the task of elaborating a new cybercrime convention. And we are working closely with states parties to the UN Convention Against Corruption on the 10th session of the Conference of the States Parties to the Convention, being held this same week in the United States. In all these significant intergovernmental processes, crime prevention and criminal justice policies, as well as technical assistance priorities, are at the forefront of discussion. Non-state actors, including members of the P&I family, have an important role to play. I will take this opportunity to warmly commend the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice for its consistently fruitful and important work, and to send our congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the International Forum. Throughout its history, KIC has been demonstrating a rich tradition of valuable contributions in the field of crime prevention and criminal justice, and has been a strong partner with UNODC. We are also grateful for KIC's collaboration with other P&I institutes. Last but not least, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for its support and sharing of expertise. We are looking forward to expanding our cooperation both with the government and the Institute to support member states in their efforts to put in place effective strategies for combating transnational organized crime and other forms of crime. Thank you very much, and good luck with the forum.
I deliver sincere thanks to Director Brandolino. Before beginning the keynote address session, we will take a group photo. So all the VIPs and moderators and presenters, please come up to the stage for a group photo. After photo taking, the keynote address session will be starting soon. So please take your seats. Thank you. 기조연설 세션을 시작하겠습니다.
We will now commence the keynote session.
And our first keynote speaker is Senior Advisor at U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Jason Eckerson. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good morning. It is an honor to be with you today to speak about strategic approaches to combating transnational organized crime. Please allow me to extend my thanks to the Institute for their invitation to join you today for this very important forum. I bring you greetings from the leadership of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Our Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, sends his regards. As you will hear, the Department of Homeland Security, or DHS as we call it, is committed to pursuing international collaboration in the fight against transnational organized crime. As I will discuss, and as you've heard so far this morning, this is truly a threat of global dimensions and serious national security implications. In my remarks, I will introduce the Department of Homeland Security very briefly before turning to a definition about transnational organized crime, or the landscape of transnational organized crime. I will refer to it as TOC for simplicity today. To solve a problem, you must first define it. And in that sense, I think it's vitally important to understand what TOC networks are and how they operate in today's world. To give some detail to that analysis, I will offer some thoughts on the problem of TOC in Mexico. For the United States, TOC actors in Mexico represent the greatest threat to our national security. However, they are global in reach and affect nations from Asia to Europe. I will then turn to describe a new, promising approach to combating TOC that moves away from some of the traditional policy responses which have proven relatively unsuccessful. I make these remarks based on my experience directing strategic planning for the U.S. Council on Transnational Organized Crime, or USCTOC. USCTOC is a new U.S. government effort to bring together all the tools of national power across our government agencies in the United States to combat transnational organized crime. And finally, I will conclude by offering a few remarks on how we can use technology and international collaboration to make progress against TOC networks. For those unfamiliar with DHS, I'd like to take a minute to share our mission to secure the United States from the threats and the natural hazards we face. Every day, our 260,000 employees work across the mission areas you see on this slide, doing everything from policing our borders to securing cyberspace to responding to natural disasters. Our mission includes addressing the problem of TOC, which, as the largest federal law enforcement agency in the United States, DHS is uniquely positioned to do. This is a quick snapshot of our operational and support components or agencies, which demonstrates the broad space that the department works in as we secure our air, land, sea, and cyber domains against man-made threats and natural hazards. You may recognize some of these components, like the U.S. Coast Guard and Customs and Border Protection. The box in red is the Science and Technology Directorate, which I'm working for these days. I wanted to say a little bit more about science and technology, or S&T, as we call it. S&T is the research and development arm of DHS. We are the science advisor to the Secretary of Homeland Security and are staffed with highly skilled scientists and engineers. We conduct research and development, testing and evaluation for DHS. If that still leaves you asking, what is it that you do? At S&T, we like to say, we do the science. We do the science that helps people move through the airport at greater speed, the science that provides our firefighters and police with advanced tools and technology, and the science that helped provide solutions to the COVID-19 pandemic. With that background, let me turn now to discuss TOC. First off, let me offer a definition of TOC. This TOC definition comes from the U.S. National Strategy Against Transnational Organized Crime. TOC networks are associations of individuals who operate transnationally for the purpose of obtaining power, influence, monetary and/or commercial gains, while protecting their activities through a pattern of corruption and/or violence. As the second bullet points out, TOC networks are very heterogeneous. They are organized in different ways, dwell in different illicit trades, and operate opportunistically. But despite their heterogeneity, they do share some common structural elements, which, as I will discuss, are key to identifying ways to degrading their networks. Now, while crime has plagued humanity as long as there was something to steal, TOC is, I suggest, a growing problem especially under conditions of globalization. As we all know, globalization facilitates lawful trade and travel, but it has a so-called dark side that affords opportunities for illicit trade and travel, including dangerous flows of drugs, counterfeit items, currency, and other commodities. The structural conditions of globalization, I suggest, allow talk networks to multiply in the ways you see in the slide. Increasingly, we see talk networks around the globe co-opting and destabilizing governments, collaborating with terrorists, stealing inventions, smuggling arms, defrauding everyday citizens. Now, contemporary patterns of crime and illicit flows are both global and interdependent in nature. This map from a UN Office of Drug Control report, I suspect many of you are familiar with, helps us understand a couple of things. First, talk is truly a global problem and requires global solutions. And second, this map offers us a fundamental truth about talk networks. They arise to meet geographically determined demand in a variety of illicit goods and services, from drugs to migrants to counterfeit goods to firearms and more. The arrows on the map are color-coded to show these various illegal trade flows. One country's market might be for weapons, another for counterfeit goods. The key point here is that talk networks consistently adapt to meet shifting market conditions. What this means is we need a strategic approach to talk that, at least to some degree, is commodity agnostic and instead offers the potential to structurally degrade highly adaptable and resilient talk networks, whatever they traffic in. I will say more about this in a moment. To both geographically and quantitatively illustrate talk, in 2021, the Global Organized Crime Index was introduced. This project, financed in part by the US and EU, assesses levels of organized crime across the world. You could think of this project as a kind of heat map or X-ray of global crime, and the latest map is shown here. What it's showing you is a criminality index, which is comprised of two subcomponents: criminal markets and criminal actors. Now, the 2023 report shows a worldwide criminality score of 5.03. That's up from 4.88 in 2021. And what you can see also from the map is that all countries essentially in the world have a talk problem, some more than others. I want to point out a couple of examples, and I'll speak about Mexico specifically. For Mexico, the criminality score is 7.57. That is the third highest in the world, behind only Myanmar and Colombia. Just for comparison's sake, the Republic of Korea has a score of 4.43, which is 129th out of 193 countries. This is a very powerful tool. It's available on the website for this project. I encourage you to use it in your work. Also look at the corresponding resilience map, which shows how well countries are positioned to respond to transnational organized crime. I have two quick final charts to illustrate the problem before moving on to talk a little more about Mexico. First, talk by the numbers. In terms of the value of global illicit trade and commerce, the America's National Intelligence Council, a government agency, came up with these figures recently as to the volume of illicit trade or illicit crime in the world. Money laundering alone accounts for something like $1.3 to $3.3 trillion annually. That is between 2 and 5% of the world's gross domestic product. Quite staggering. Bribery, narcotics trafficking, counterfeit goods, and other crimes are all, as this chart shows, in the multi-billion dollars. These are only estimates, but they show the diversity of illicit flows, to the point I made earlier, as well as the depth of some of these illegal markets. Talk overall has been estimated to take in 3 to 7% of the world's GDP. Averaged together, that would be approximately $4.7 trillion per year, which is more than twice all the world's military spending combined. These estimates are actually somewhat conservative. I've seen estimates that suggest these numbers are even higher. Of course, it's always difficult to determine exactly what the scope of an illegal activity is. Behind these dollar figures are real socioeconomic impacts on people. To illustrate, I offer this data from the United States. The chart on the left shows deaths in the United States involving illicit drugs. They are skyrocketing. Deaths from fentanyl alone have increased by 182% in the United States. US life expectancy, even before COVID, back to 2014, has declined, and that is in part due to illicit drugs. The problem is increasingly complex and challenging given synthetic opioids like fentanyl, which are potent in very small amounts and thus easily smuggled. If you look to the right of the coin, that small bit of powder there is 2 milligrams of a white powder called fentanyl, which is a fatal dose. That is what we are up against. Now, this final chart is drawn from the US National Strategy to Combat Transnational Organized Crime. And I use this chart to show how TOC has shifted from a public safety problem, which was impacting local communities, to actually what I would consider to be a larger scale national security threat, impacting the national interests of the United States and our partners around the world. In the 1990s, TOC was largely a domestic or regional problem. Today, it is global. TOC once influenced country behaviors. Now it undermines them. TOC networks once had isolated links to terrorists. Now they offer services to them. And finally, as I will discuss, targeting and enforcement is much more difficult today due to TOC network adaptability. I would like to put these observations into a little greater focus by discussing a case study of Mexico and TOC there. As I mentioned at the beginning, TOC in Mexico is easily the biggest challenge for the United States. But it is also, of course, the case that the TOC networks in Mexico operate transnationally and globally and impact all countries to some extent because it is truly a center for global transnational criminal activity. As I noted earlier, Mexico's criminality index is 7.57, third highest in the world. This slide puts a little additional perspective on that. One person is killed every 14 minutes in Mexico. Total homicides are climbing year after year. And the most recent data indicates that 2022 was the country's deadliest year ever, with 43,000 murders. What's very disturbing about these numbers is that only 1%, or just over 1%, of crimes in Mexico are reported and solved, leading to a culture of impunity for criminals. At the root of this problem are several major TOC networks who collectively dominate large portions of Mexico. This map shows those cartels or TOC networks. There's some 19 high-impact crime groups in Mexico and hundreds of smaller cartels and gangs. Now, the two biggest and problematic cartels are Sinaloa, which is represented on the map in light blue, and is best known for its former leader, El Chapo, and then KICJIF, which is represented at the map in green. Both of these cartels are highly adaptable. They meet market demands in the United States for illicit drugs and also export drugs elsewhere to meet demand. They launder massive amounts of illicit finance and operate with a high degree of impunity, given a very permissive environment in Mexico. Now, as to these two cartels and general TOC in Mexico, I would offer the observation that our traditional approaches to fighting these cartels have largely proven unsuccessful. We typically in the United States have tried what is known as the kingpin strategy, where we go after and try to arrest the head of the cartel, like El Chapo, and we hope that that will bring the network down. That has largely been our strategy. It has not achieved the results we would have hoped for over the years. And the long-term network degradation that you really need to do to actually degrade these networks and damage them has not occurred, because the TOC problem, as I have mentioned, has only grown worse. So what can we do? With the Mexican case in mind, I'd like to offer you an alternative strategic approach to combating transnational organized crime that I believe offers promise for us to consider. This slide offers what I consider to be the main strategic challenges and also opportunities to combating TOC in Mexico and elsewhere. The first thing we need to recognize is that our traditional approach to countering TOC is not fully aligned to the threat we face today. In the United States, we have tended to want to arrest our way out of the problem, as we say. But in reality, many TOC networks are resistant to that particular technique. Secondly, the sharing of intelligence and law enforcement information is not as robust as it needs to be in order to illuminate and then target key network nodes. Now, in the United States, after 9/11, we addressed this problem and we increased collaboration between the intelligence community and our law enforcement world. We need to do the same for TOC, both internally and with our partners where we can. And thirdly, corruption, as I'm sure we'll talk about today, in our host nations, severely hampers the fight against TOC. I think ultimately to be successful in the long term, we have to address what the military calls, or we have to begin what the military calls a shaping operation to address the permissive environments in which that allow TOC to flourish. Now, in addition to seizing these opportunities, I think we need to fundamentally adjust our strategic approach to combating TOC. And I think we can do this by just beginning with a general typology of TOC networks to understand how and why they operate. Now, to get to this, the US CTOC project I led asked the key question, what does a TOC network need to succeed? And when we did that analysis, 6 critical capabilities that you see here on the slide emerged. TOC networks need an illicit finance component. They need an illegal drug supply chain. They need secure communications. They need command and control. They need an illicit weapons network. And they need a permissive environment. They need corruption to flourish. And each of these capabilities has associated requirements that you need for maintenance. For example, to conduct illicit finance, a TOC network needs financial facilitators. They need bulk cash. They need other aspects of the legal and illegal finance system. And if you do a very thorough analysis of those requirements, you can begin to identify vulnerabilities that, when targeted, can lead to significant effects on the network. Pardon me. I'll show you how this plays out in the next slide. The other point I would offer on this particular slide is that TOC networks fundamentally have a key, what I call center of gravity, a reason for being, why they exist. And that center of gravity, for the most part in our analysis, is really about making easy money. They want to make money as quickly and easily as possible, high margin, low risk. That is what they're all about. They will traffic in whatever it is that will offer them that strategic center of gravity. And strategically, therefore, our approach to fighting TOC needs to focus on actions that degrade the network's ability to achieve its center of gravity. Now, how can we do that? This slide shows us how. I'll explain it to you briefly. The 6 light blue vertical arrows on the left represent the network's critical capabilities. Those 6 things I just said they all need to have to succeed. Going against that, countering that, are the 3 dark blue horizontal arrows. And these are our lines of effort in the strategy that the United States and our partners can undertake to degrade those capabilities, those 6 capabilities. The first is about enhancing intelligence and information sharing. The second is strengthening our operational approach to combating TOC. Excuse me. And third, enhancing host nation capabilities to counter TOC, including reducing corruption. Now, those 3 lines of effort support the objectives you see in the middle box in gray. Please note number 1, which is about going after the center of gravity, identifying and seizing TOC priority assets to reduce their economic power. In other words, it's vitally important to interrupt the network's ability to exploit financial systems. Other objectives include reducing the supply of illicit drugs, and I'll turn to that in a moment, as well as identifying and prosecuting key nodes in the TOC network, leaders, facilitators, the very key individuals that, if removed from the network, will degrade its capabilities. If we are to do these things, we believe we can achieve what's called the next state. That's in the box on the right. Public safety will be improved, and we'll have greater unity of effort, both in the United States and with our international partners, to achieve effects against transnational organized crime. To conclude, I'd like to offer a few thoughts on how international research and development collaboration offers additional promise to support this strategic approach against TOC. In what I've sketched out, what will be critical for success is both whole of government and whole of partner solutions where all the elements of international power, including technology, are brought to bear on the TOC problem. As you'll see from the photo, DHS is actively engaging with our partners, including our friends in the Republic of Korea, on research and development initiatives to find common solutions to our TOC problems. Earlier this year, my Undersecretary for Science and Technology, Dr. Dmitry Kuznetsov, signed a joint statement with the Ministry of Science and IT's Vice Minister, Park Yoon-Ki-yoo, in support of a U.S. Republic of Korea coordinated digital transformation initiative around public safety and security. It emphasizes science cooperation as part of a comprehensive international engagement strategy for the Indo-Pacific that will meet emerging challenges and threats. We are working with our Republic of Korea partners on critical infrastructure, unmanned aerial systems, biological and chemical deterrence, and cybersecurity, including dark web forensics, which of course has an important TOC nexus. With that context, let me offer two very quick technology-oriented possibilities for further conversation. First, as you will recall from the photo, fentanyl is distributed in very small doses, most often in pills, enabling it to be concealed very easily and moved in vast quantities, especially when compared to drugs like cocaine. It is very difficult to detect using current law enforcement methods. Now, to develop alternative tools, DHS Science and Technology is engaged in a significant research and development initiative to detect fentanyl using high throughput, non-intrusive screening technologies. These technologies offer great promise to detect fentanyl and other opioids being smuggled across international borders, and the screening can be done, as we say, at speed, quickly, as international trade and travel proceeds across the border or in a port. Now, these technologies may be of interest to our partners as they address the fentanyl challenge, which is indeed a global problem, and I would welcome further conversation about potential collaboration on this particular technology program. The final research and development area and technology area I would like to flag for potential discussion and collaboration as we think about the future of transnational organized crime are central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs. And as you know, CBDCs, are gaining traction around the world. And I will submit, I think will be important in our future efforts against TOC. As I mentioned when I discussed the Mexican drug cartels, bulk cash, big quantities of illegal currency is moved as a finance pathway for TOC networks to achieve that center of gravity I talked about, easy money. However, just as intercepting fentanyl is a challenge, so too is intercepting this bulk cash that comes from the United States back into Mexico. Now, should large denomination cash be reduced in the international system and CBDCs deployed, there may be an opportunity to blunt that illicit finance capability of TOC networks by moving more activity in the financial realm to secure platforms like CBDCs. This is an area that DHS is beginning to look like, and I submit may require additional research, development, and international collaboration. To conclude, in the face of increasing global challenges, a shared resolve and alignment in our vision to combat transnational organized crime is key to a more prosperous and secure world. I look forward to exploring opportunities with our Korean friends in many of the areas we discussed here today. Thank you again for having me. I appreciate everyone's time and attention, and welcome your active engagement going forward. Enjoy the rest of the forum.
Thank you, Senior Advisor Eckerson, for your speech. Now, let me introduce the next speaker, Woo Jung-shim, Deputy Chief Prosecutor, Spring Prosecutor's Office. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까? 대검찰청 차장.
Good morning. I am Shim Woo-jung. I would like to thank Mr. Jason Eccleston for mentioning the whole of government and whole of partner approach. We are having the International Forum on criminal justice and legal policy responses to combat talk, and I would like to thank KICJ and the President for inviting me. In 2000, there was fear about the Y2K, but that was relieved, and the internet industry had developed. The letters went away, and search engines like Yahoo and Google replaced trips to the library. This era brought forth a world of connectivity that no one had experienced, where individuals across the globe became seamlessly linked, transcending time and space, a revolutionary advancement in civilization. And so we went beyond the internet, and the AI is making us wonder whether the point of singularity had arrived. But as there were dark sides to the new technology developments, this was no exception. IT is changing the daily lives of people, making it possible to transcend time and space, and crimes are also transcending time and space. Up until now, we have not faced such crimes, but we are experiencing them all around us. The internet frauds, digital sexual exploitation, and today we are also dealing with the talk. A variety of crimes have emerged. As with the emergence of the new crimes, the legal authorities are faced with new challenges around the world, and each country is coming up with their own capabilities, and they're also cooperating to overcome this. The Computer Investigation Division was launched in the Supreme's Prosecutor's Office in 2000, and the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office also established the Computer Investigation Division, and we are having a lot of achievement. But the talk that we are dealing with transcend borders, transcend time and space. They take place clandestinely, and they threaten the communities and the world. A single institution or a single country alone cannot combat talk. And after the development of the internet, we have seen the emergence of blockchain, virtual currencies, and dark web, and the pattern of traditional crimes have changed. So the voice phishing victims lost money will be taken out somewhere else as virtual currency, and they disappear. And the only solution to combating talk is close cooperation and solidarity, and we're here to confirm that common goal, and we will fight against talk together. So today I would like to talk about how the talk have changed from the traditional crimes in the characteristics, the scope of damages, and the response measures, and how essential the transnational or international cooperation is. Up until the 20th century, most traditional crimes remained within a border And even today, the traditional crimes still constitute a significant portion. As a result, criminal justice agencies in each country focus on preventing and blocking crimes committed by domestic criminals against fellow citizens within their own borders. And even if a crime crossed borders, it often involved physical means, such as using people or transportation to smuggle drugs across borders, or they used wire telephones and conventional financial institutions for transactions. These crimes were relatively easy to trace and detect, relying on the capabilities of a single institution or a cooperation of one or two countries. But with the advent of hyper-connected society and IT development, new types of crimes emerged. Most transnational criminal organizations we encounter today no longer operate through conventional methods. Drugs are managed by transnational criminal organizations, are cultivated and produced in country A, distributed globally through intermediary points like criminal network, delivered to drug users using drones, and the proceeds from crime are blocked from tracking through the dark web. Cyber attacks on nations, organizations, and individuals are conducted globally, making it difficult to determine their origin. Criminal organizations from country A may use social media to make voice phishing calls to a victim in country B, commit fraud, and the stolen funds are laundered through multiple countries. In March 2022, transiting from Mexico via Korea to Australia, smugglers colluding with international drug traffickers were trying to smuggle 90 billion won's worth of methamphetamine, or 900 kilos, whom Korean prosecutors apprehended and prosecuted. The US, Australia, Mexico, Vietnam authorities cooperated with the Korea's prosecutors and were able to capture the cartel members from abroad and extradite them. The swift apprehension was possible thanks to the rapid exchange of information and evidence provided by the Ministries of Justice of Australia and Mexico, and the Vietnamese law enforcement agency collaborated with the Korean counterpart, sharing information and apprehending the criminals. This illustrates how vital it is for multiple countries to cooperate closely and swiftly to uproot talk that operates clandestinely across borders. And it also emphasizes that dealing with newly emerging crimes is impossible with the efforts of a single country or organization. Transnational organized crime goes beyond merely crossing borders. It also differs significantly in the dimension of the harm caused by crime from traditional crime. As mentioned earlier, traditional crimes typically involve both the perpetrator and the victim within the same country, making it relatively easy to trace the perpetrator, facilitating prompt recovery of damages. On the other hand, transnational organized crime today makes it challenging even to locate the perpetrators, and efforts from only one country are often insufficient for tracking, identifying, and apprehending them, thus delaying the process for damages recovery. Furthermore, the scale of the harm caused by talk is unprecedented. For instance, in up until July, nuclear power plants, key security facilities in Korea experienced 81 cyber attacks. And in 2014, a large-scale malware attack simultaneously occurred at nuclear power plant facilities, prompting the Korean government to initiate an emergency response. Cyber attacks on nuclear power plants do not just disrupt communication systems, they can lead to the interruption of power supply, disabling facilities for a period, or in the worst case scenario, loss of lives due to radiation. But determining the origin of the attack is not apparent. According to statistics from the Korean National Intelligence Service, Korean public institutions face an average of 1.5 million cyber attacks per day. And just 2 weeks ago, on November 28, several hospitals across 4 states in the U.S. experienced a cyber attack, causing emergency rooms to shut down. And in June this year, a cyber attack targeting the US federal government led to the leakage of millions of personal records. So not only cybercrimes, the drugs problems are difficult to detect, and the U.S. government spent $40.9 billion last year alone in the drug control program, but the problem still persists. Korea is no longer a drug-free zone. They have penetrated to our neighborhoods, affecting even children and students, leading to the establishment of Special Investigation Team for Drug Crimes, consisting of the prosecution, police, customs office, and the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Despite the efforts of various governments, one significant reason why it's challenging to prevent the spread of drug crimes is the increased accessibility to drugs due to IT development, coupled with the growing difficulty of tracking criminal organizations. And the damages are huge. And according to the 2023 World Drug Report published by the UNODC, drug-related deaths amount to approximately 500,000 a year, an increase of about 17.5% compared to 10 years ago. This means there are 57 people dying per hour, and even as I speak, during the 20 minutes of my presentation, there will be 20 more lives lost. And there's the so-called KICJIF premium. The virtual asset market price is higher in Korea, so they're trying to manipulate this. They purchase virtual assets abroad, transfer them to Korea, and obtain profits from the arbitrage and illicitly transfer the money back overseas. And this amounted to 13 trillion won. As such, the scale of talk abusing virtual assets has grown, and this is threatening the individuals, neighbors, and the level has gone up to threatening communities and nations as a whole. We need to change our mindset. In traditional crimes, it is usually the evidence is located within the country where the crime is committed. And so the law enforcement agencies in each country were able to get a hold of the evidence swiftly. But in today's world, crime evidence is rarely found only within a single country, even for crimes that are not as grandiose as talk. Widely used platforms like Google and social networking sites such as Facebook are often utilized for criminal activities. Conversations, search histories, and other data is stored on the cloud servers located in the country of that company. And so without the cooperation from the company or the country, identifying the identity of the criminal is challenging. In June 2020, the South Korean prosecution arrested and prosecuted the main perpetrator of the Telegram nth room case, which involved threatening and exploiting dozens of children for the production and distribution of sexual exploitation videos over several years. The criminal only used public Wi-Fi networks and constantly changed locations, used many IDs to avoid investigation. And the social network that the perpetrator used was where the clues were found. Facebook, Twitter, these are overseas companies, and the data stored on servers abroad were secured with the cooperation of the judicial authorities of those countries, and we were able to apprehend the perpetrator. And tracking and collecting evidence for crimes that cross borders require real-time communication and collaboration between the nations. In this regard, let me share a recent case. A 71-year-old retired teacher delivered a handwritten letter to the International Criminal Division of the Ministry of Justice. He fell victim to a voice phishing scam, losing the 50 million won he had saved all his life, and he was desperate. Although the pursuit of the criminal network was challenging, the Korean Joint Investigative Team tracked down the perpetrator, and it was confirmed that one of the accomplices had fled to Taiwan with the cash. Through collaboration with the Taiwanese government, the stolen funds were recovered on June 5th of this year, allowing the victim to be compensated. The old gentleman had thanked the prosecutor, investigator, and the relevant organizations and said that the keywords justice and honesty were what he remembered. This was possible by international cooperation, demonstrating that when nations closely collaborate, even crimes that cross borders can be addressed effectively. And this again shows that a single country or an institution cannot combat talk alone. We are here today to engage in our effort to share understanding and solidify our partnership. On November 7th this year, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office hosted the Anti-Drug Law Enforcement International Cooperation Conference attended by 4 international organizations from 22 countries, discussing ways of international cooperation on drug crime response. We were able to share values and get understanding. And so all these forums are important, but also it is crucial to discuss detailed and specific collaboration methods from the onset of crime, such as how to collect evidence, how to secure information or materials that lie overseas, how to share the information of the suspect on the run, and how to quickly track the proceeds from the criminal activities. Today, we are honored to have experts from around the world to discuss the common goal of combating talk. I am confident that we'll be able to confirm our common values, pledge solidarity, and lay the foundation for effectively combating transnational organized crime together. There's a saying in Korea, 1,000 ants can lift even heavy rocks. While some tasks may seem impossible, if there is collaboration, then there is no goal that we cannot attain. We may come from different backgrounds, we speak different languages, and we have different cultures, but we share one common goal and we have a common set of values. That is to protect our families, children, and communities from drugs, human trafficking, migrant smuggling, cybercrime, money laundering, and terrorism. That is the common goal that we share. The Korean government and the Korean prosecution will work together with the international society to combat talk. I would like to thank the guests from home and abroad for attending the forum, and I hope that this forum will contribute to making this world a safer place for the children to live in. Thank you.
Thank you for once again all keynote speakers for your speech. This completes the opening ceremony. The afternoon topic sessions will feature presentations by renowned experts from around the world on 5 topics: human trafficking, cybercrime, illegal immigration, money laundering, and terrorism, followed by discussions by practical and academic experts. The first topic session on illegal drugs and the second on human trafficking and will be moderated by Dr. Jung Seung-yoon, Director of Crime Analysis and Survey Research Division at the KICJ. After those 2 sessions, we will have a short coffee break. Then Dr. Han-kyung Kim, Senior Research Fellow at KICJ, will host cybercrime, money laundering and recovery, and terrorism topic sessions with a lively discussion. First, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jung Seung-yoon, Director of Crime Analysis and Survey Research Division at KICJ, who will be hosting the first session on illegal drugs and the second session on human trafficking and illegal immigration. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jung Suk-yeon, Director of the Crime Analysis and Research Division of KICJ. I'm very happy to host and moderate the panel session of the 10th KICJ International Forum, and I'd like to thank all of the audience and panelists to celebrate the 10th, International Forum of the KICJ, especially the UNPNI directors. Okay, so without further ado, now we're going to start the first thematic session. The first session will address illicit drugs. We have invited 3 distinguished scholars and experts in this field: Dr. Rick Brown from the Australia Institute of Criminology, Mr. Hong Wan-hee from Seoul District Prosecutor's Office, Dr. John Young-sho from the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice. I'd like to remind our speakers in the first session that they have a maximum of 40 minutes for his presentation, with 10 minutes allotted for panel discussion. Now, let's have the first speaker, Dr. Rick Brown. Dr. Rick Brown is the Deputy Director of the Australian Institute of Criminology, and he has been a criminologist for over 30 years and has worked on a wide range of crime and justice research projects in the United Kingdom, Republic of Ireland, and Australia. He has published over 70 government reports, book chapters, and journal articles. Dr. Brown is also on the editorial boards of several academic distinguished journals. His topic he is going to present today is the illicit drug policy in Australia. Dr. Brown was supposed to be present in the forum today, but unfortunately he was not able to attend this forum because of his personal matter. So we're going to watch his great presentation file on video. Please proceed, Dr. Brown's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me to the 10th KICJ International Forum. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm pleased to be able to present to the conference today. And we're pleased to have participated in previous forums, and congratulations on reaching your 10th. In this presentation, I'm going to explore a number of features associated with illicit drugs in Australia. Some of that will be familiar and common with other countries, but I think there'll be some material that we'll present which will be actually quite unique to the Australian perspective. Now, over the years, the AIC has done a great deal of research on illicit drug issues. In fact, today I counted up 329 separate research studies that the AIC has published on illicit drugs over its 50-year history. So historically, it's been a topic of importance to both research and as well as policy as well. And during this presentation, I aim to draw on just a small proportion of the research that's been undertaken by the Australian Institute of Criminology on illicit drugs. To start with, I want to show how important illicit drugs are from the perspective of serious organised crime in Australia. In fact, it's fair to say that organised crime in Australia is largely based around commodity trafficking, and particularly around trafficking in illegal drugs. Organised crime groups in Australia are most likely to get rich through drug trafficking, through illicit drugs and other illegal activities, although noting that organised crime groups do tend to be generalist, although many are involved in illicit drug trafficking. Research published by the AIC in 2022 estimated the total cost of serious and organised crime to be about $60 billion in Australia. To put that into perspective, that's about the same as the entire cost of the Australian justice system, the emergency response system, and the university sector combined. Of that $60 billion, about $17 billion is associated with the cost of illicit drug activity. So over a quarter of the entire cost of serious and organised crime is due to the cost of illicit drugs. We took a pretty conservative estimate when we were measuring costs as well. In fact, we focused on just 3 factors associated with costs of illicit drugs. Those were costs associated with medical costs, with lost output, and expenditure on drugs. Where medical costs are concerned, we focused on drug-induced deaths and hospital episodes involving drug-related diagnoses. These are estimated to cost $894 million per year. Lost output focused on those receiving treatment for drug use, whether as hospital or non-hospital related. This was estimated to cost Australia about $3.7 billion per year. Now, the largest cost, however, was associated with the cost of buying drugs and importing drugs into Australia. And that was estimated to cost around $12 billion per year. Now, it's important to note that these costs exclude the significant expenditure on policing drug trafficking in Australia, or indeed any of the criminal justice costs associated with policing and associated costs with drug trafficking. But this analysis does help to provide the context for the considerable activity devoted to tackling drug use in Australia. Now, Australia has had a national drug strategy since 1985, and we're currently on the 7th iteration of the drugs strategy. But this is the first time that there's been a 10-year strategy that currently goes from 2017 to 2026. This not only includes tackling the harms associated with illicit drugs, but also covers alcohol, tobacco, and pharmaceutical drugs. This national strategy has 3 supporting pillars that address demand reduction, supply reduction, and harm reduction. When we think about demand reduction, we focus on measures that prevent the uptake of a drug in the first instance or delay the onset of drug use. For those using illicit drugs, demand reduction also includes reducing their use and helping people to abstain through treatment and support. Supply reduction is focused on making it difficult to access illicit drugs in the first instance. This can be by preventing, disrupting, or reducing its production in the first place, or by tackling the supply chain. Regulation can also play a role in controlling the diversion of pharmaceutical drugs from legal medicinal use to the illicit market as well. Finally, harm reduction is concerned with reducing the adverse consequences of drug use, both for the user and society more generally. I'll touch on the harm reduction pillar when I show you some of the policy developments in Australia. But for the most part, this presentation will focus more on supply reduction and demand reduction approaches. When we think about supply reduction, we particularly focus on the work of law enforcement agencies who aim to make it more difficult for users to obtain illicit drugs and more risky for those involved in the manufacture and distribution of those drugs. Here, I want to touch on some of the indicators of law enforcement activity in Australia and introduce 2 studies produced by the AIC to support law enforcement in their supply reduction efforts. Now, regardless of the measure of law enforcement activity we use, we find that there has been a significant increase in supply reduction activity over the past decade. Now, this information is taken from the latest illicit drug data report produced by the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. Here we focus on 3 types of illicit drug most often consumed by the Australian community. That is methamphetamine, cannabis, and cocaine. We discuss the consumption patterns in more detail in a moment, but this chart clearly shows that there's been an increase in detections at the border, the number of seizures, and the number of arrests. If I'd included the weight of the drugs seized, that would also have shown a sharp upward trajectory as well. If we start with methamphetamine, we can see that border detections have increased 2/3, and that accords with the tried and tested supply route from the Golden Triangle down through Thailand and Malaysia and into Australia. Interestingly, seizures and arrests have grown at a quicker rate, which may also reflect a trend towards importing the precursors chemicals to produce methamphetamine locally. When we look at cannabis, we find a very sharp increase in detections at the border. This is likely to be due to the increase in online purchases of cannabis, including through darknet sites. In fact, 90% of the border detections were through the postal system rather than through, for example, shipments or air cargo. Where cocaine is concerned, we've seen a significant rise in detections, seizures, and arrests over the past decade. In fact, 2020-21 marked a record year for detections. We're also seeing a shift in the profile of the cocaine entering the country, with only about half of cocaine being sourced from Colombia, compared with about 80% a decade ago, while cocaine of mixed origin is becoming far more common. This general increase in law enforcement supply reduction activity is, however, having a significant impact on other parts of the criminal justice system. If we look at the trend in the prison population, we find that over the decade from 2012 to 2022, the number of prisoners whose most serious offence was an illicit drug offence increased from 3,400 a year to 5,500, although it should be noted that the number peaked in 2018 at close to 6,800 prisoners, and since then it's declined year on year to where we are today. If we look at the proportion of the prison population whose most serious offence was a drug offence, we see a similar pattern. Over the entire decade, the proportion of prisoners increased from about 12% in 2012 to almost 14% in 2022, with a peak in 2018 at 16%. So generally speaking, the increase in law enforcement activity feeds through to the changing nature and profile of the prison population over time. Now, it's just worth touching on that reduction since 2018. There would appear to have been a greater willingness among states and territories in Australia to use alternatives to custody for possession offences in particular, such as the use of drug courts that use a problem-solving approach to drug use and that work with offenders, and the use of diversion practices in the police processes so that individuals are diverted out of the criminal justice system. And again, we'll touch on those kinds of activities a bit more later in the presentation as well. To finish off on this section on supply reduction, I just want to touch on two studies undertaken by the AIC that have examined ways to intervene and look at those a bit more closely. The first is a recent study that examined the enablers of illicit drug trafficking by organised crime groups. More specifically, it looked at the factors that contribute to being poly-drug traffickers rather than specialists in trafficking in one particular drug. In fact, overall, more than half of the groups we examined in this study were poly-drug traffickers involved in multiple types of drugs. Now, this analysis was based on 587 organised crime groups that had been identified by law enforcement agencies in Australia as being involved in drug trafficking. The most common drugs trafficked in Australia were methamphetamine, trafficked by 74% of groups, cocaine was trafficked by 42% of groups, and cannabis was trafficked by 22% of groups. Now, this will partly explain the focus of law enforcement activity on these particular issues, but it also partly explains the drugs of choice in Australia as well. Some of the key findings from this study include the fact that 31% of groups had at least one professional facilitator among their membership. 73% had a known presence in an overseas country, and 10% trafficked illicit commodities other than drugs as well. Importantly for this study, 52% of the drug trafficking groups examined here were poly-drug traffickers, meaning they trafficked in more than one type of drug. When we take a look at the enabling activities, we find three particular activities that would appear to determine whether a group will be involved in poly-drug trafficking rather than trafficking in just one substance. Firstly, exploitation of the transport sector was common among this group. Now, overall, 11% of all trafficking groups examined had infiltrated the transport sector in some way, and this was most commonly related to the shipping industry rather than, for example, air or surface transport. In the chart here, we show that there was a 79% probability that a group that had infiltrated the transport sector would be trafficking more than one type of drug. In contrast, there was a 56% probability that a group would traffic more than one type of substance if it hadn't exploited links in the transport sector. The second factor we looked at was money laundering through purchasing in real estate, which is currently a topic of concern in Australia. Across all groups examined, about 8% were thought to be involved in money laundering in this way. But when they did, it had a significant impact on their business. In the chart here, we can see that there was an 87% probability that a group would traffic more than one type of drug if it was involved in money laundering through real estate. In contrast, there was a 56% probability that a group would be involved in polydrug trafficking if it didn't launder money through real estate. The third issue we looked at here was money laundering through gambling services and was found to be an effective enabler of drug trafficking. Overall, we found that 9% of the groups we examined were money laundering in this way. But when they did, it significantly increased their trafficking activity. In the chart here, we can see that 76% of groups that laundered money through gambling services were predicted to traffic more than one type of drug. In comparison, 56% of those who didn't launder money in this way were involved in polydrug trafficking. So from this work, we were able to recommend to law enforcement agencies to have a particular focus on these kinds of enablers because they were the sorts of activities that increased the effectiveness of groups involved in trafficking in multiple types of drugs. Therefore, the issues that were likely to be beneficial in tackling to reduce their effectiveness. As well as taking an international focus on drug trafficking, research at the ARC has also looked at the effectiveness of local drug markets and ways in which to reduce their effectiveness and ways to improve law enforcement at the local level by tackling local drug markets. This study here was an update of an earlier systematic review undertaken as part of a Campbell collaboration. Now, these systematic reviews are often considered as providing the strongest evidence of effectiveness of interventions as they combine the results of a number of studies and so tend to wash out the problems with individual studies and draw out the key important results. So here we have a study that identified 26 international studies that examined the impact of local law enforcement activity on drug-related crime and drug-related calls for service. 18 of these studies included sufficient information to allow us to calculate an effect size for the overall use in this study. Here, I just want to focus on the results associated with drug-related crime for three types of policing approach. Problem-oriented policing is typically associated with a careful analysis of a local crime problem with an intervention developed to respond to those local circumstances. These projects are often multi-agency projects and can involve a mix of both policing and non-policing responses. Hotspot projects typically involve traditional police crackdown responses to an identified local problem, which may be focused on a particular building or street corner, street, or in fact a block. And community-wide policing approaches are also often multi-agency and will often have a significant community development aspect to them, aiming to strengthen the resilience of local communities to deal with local drug problems. In the chart here, we can see the relative incident rate ratio for each study is shown. Basically, a number above 1 shows there was a larger reduction in the intervention area than in the control area, while a number less than 1 shows that there was actually a larger reduction in the control area than compared to the intervention area. Here, we're basically looking for a positive result that falls to the right-hand side of the center line in this chart. So we can see here that problem-oriented policing interventions and community-wide interventions both have a positive impact on reducing drug-related crime. In contrast, the traditional or hotspot approach to policing drug-related crime shows that interventions were not typically effective when looked at as a whole. Now, this study also demonstrated that interventions that target whole neighborhoods were actually more effective than those that targeted smaller areas, such as blocks. And this helps to identify the kind of scale of intervention that is most likely to be effective by police local law enforcement action. So, just as supply reduction is a major element of drugs policy in Australia, so is demand reduction. In this section, I want to show you how consumption patterns have changed over time to give you a sense of the demand for drugs in Australia. I'll then touch on some of AIC's recent work that explores demand reduction approaches in more detail. Okay, to start with, I just want to show the consumption patterns for drugs among police detainees. This is based on our drug use monitoring in Australia program, which ran from 2002 to 2021. Interestingly, we actually stopped running the program largely due to a lack of demand from our stakeholders, given that drug use patterns were fairly stable. And that's one of the, I think, the recurring patterns that we'll come across in the information I'll show you. So Juma, as it's known, interviewed police detainees in police custody about their drug use patterns and also took a sample of urine to test for the presence of drugs on a voluntary basis. The chart here shows the proportion of police detainees who were found to have drugs in their system through that testing of their urine. So you can see here between 70 and 80% of police detainees typically had some drug in their system. Now, we viewed this as a sentinel population in the sense that you tend to find that this police detainee population were more likely to try new drugs and, in a sense, gave us an indication of new drugs as they started to come onto the market. Now, there are a number of interesting patterns to observe here. For example, cannabis use gradually declined over the entire period, from around 55% at the start of the program to 45% by the end of the program. In contrast, methamphetamine, classed in the chart here as amphetamine-type stimulants, increased rapidly from 15% in 2009 to 52% by the end of the program in 2021. Now, interestingly, cocaine has never been a popular drug among our police detainee population, with only about 2% found to have consumed it. This is, as you'll see, is different to what we find when we look at the general population. Now, I also want to touch on opioids, which gradually declined in use among police detainees, falling from about 23% in 2002 down to 18% in 2021. But this could just be due to the sampling a very particular population that's likely to be different from the general population, as I mentioned. So an alternative approach to looking at drug consumption in Australia has been to focus on the patterns of drug use found in wastewater that's collected through sewage works. The data shown here was collected for the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, and it collects wastewater from 55 wastewater treatment facilities around the country, covering over half of the Australian population. So this should provide an estimation of how much drugs are being consumed by the community, and should be a pretty good measure of change over time too. Now, it's also important to declare, though, that there is a degree of sampling error in the data here that account for some of the fluctuations that you'll see in the charts. So it's best to view these as indicative of trends rather than relying on any of the individual point estimates shown in the charts here. So here we can see that cannabis is by far the most common drug used by the Australian public, with around 180 doses per 1,000 people per day. Now, given how much higher we see that cannabis use is compared to the other drugs in the chart, we've removed it from the analysis just so you can see how it looks compared to other drugs used by the Australian community. So here, with cannabis removed, we can see that methamphetamine is the second most popular drug used. Here it's the top line. And that's used by there's about 40 doses per 1,000 people per day. Now, all other drugs are used at much lower quantities than either cannabis or methamphetamine in Australia, and typically less than 10 doses per 1,000 people per day are used of those other drugs. Now, kind of difficult to see in the line at the bottom of the chart here, but I just want to touch on fentanyl and oxycodone, which have been pretty stable over time in Australia, although both have shown slight declines over the period that we've got here. Now, we know that this can be contrasted with patterns we've seen elsewhere, for example, in North America, where opioid use has been at epidemic proportions and continues to be an issue. And this is largely due to relatively stable prescribing practices in Australia, which have meant we haven't seen large-scale dependency on opioids in Australia in the same way as we've seen elsewhere. Here, for example, we have the number and rates of clients receiving opioid dependency treatment, where with the rate steady at around 20 clients per 10,000 population between 2006 and 2022. Interesting just to note that the dip that we see in the trend in 2021, and we think this is probably an effect as a result of the lockdowns during COVID, which meant people weren't accessing treatment in the same ways as they had before and after. But it's also important not to be complacent about opioid use and particularly fentanyl use for illicit purposes in Australia. There are some signs that it may be finding its way into the illicit drug supply without users necessarily being aware. In 2020, the Drug Use Monitoring in Australia, JUMA program, identified 13 police detainees with fentanyl in their system, and none of them claimed to have taken fentanyl. 11 of those 13 individuals were also found to have methamphetamine in their system. So we think that phetamine may be being used to lace methamphetamine in Australia to some degree. So Australia is by no means immune to the patterns that we see in other countries as well. I also want to touch on two AIC papers that have explored approaches to reducing demand for drugs. The first is part of a program of work that examined the dynamics of illicit drug markets. This systematic review set out to explore the elasticity of demand for drugs, examining how sensitive to price demand appeared to be. It found that overall, the demand for drugs was weakly price inelastic. We found that a 10% increase in the price of drugs results in, on average, a 9% reduction in the demand for drugs. Here we can see the results of 4 different types of drugs. Here we can see that heroin, cocaine, and cannabis are all relatively inelastic in that a 1% increase in price leads to a reduction in demand of less than 1%. This is likely due to the role played by dependency in drug demand as well. Where methamphetamine is concerned, a 1% increase in price leads to a reduction in demand of slightly more than 1%. Now, the point of this is to show that demand reduction can be achieved if policies can effectively increase prices. So if we could increase prices by 10%, then we'd hope to see a 9% reduction in the demand for drugs. So in theory, the price of illicit drugs could be increased through law enforcement supply reduction measures. The problem is that the increased prices fuel increased supply from the international market beyond the level that can be tackled by law enforcement intervention in Australia. And this has the effect of essentially restoring supply and demand equilibrium. So while in theory we should be able to reduce demand through increasing prices, in practice it's actually very difficult to influence price because of the amount of drugs entering the country. Now, an alternative approach to demand reduction is to tackle the propensity of consumers to consume drugs. A recent study undertaken by the AIC examined the benefit-cost ratios associated with different interventions designed to reduce demand for drugs. Now, this was a desk exercise that examined 67 studies that included an economic analysis of the cost-effectiveness of drug demand reduction initiatives. Interventions fell into three broad categories, which were associated with law enforcement, prevention, and treatment. Law enforcement interventions were mostly related to criminal justice measures, such as drug courts and alternatives to prison. These interventions were, on average, found to generate larger benefit-cost ratios than other types of interventions. So for every dollar invested, they generated a return of $5.81. Prevention interventions were those associated with awareness raising to stop people from engaging in drug use in the first instance. Many of those were school-based programs. These also generated a positive benefit-cost ratio, with a return of $5.71 for every dollar invested. Finally, treatment interventions were those that involved therapy to help drug users reduce or desist from drug taking. These were also found to be cost-effective on average, with a benefit-cost ratio of $4.59 for every dollar invested. This demonstrates the overall gains to be achieved from investing in these demand reduction measures and shows the benefits of investment in these areas. Okay, so we've talked a bit about supply reduction and demand reduction. And I just want to touch on some of the policy developments that have been undertaken in Australia and some of the innovations that there are in those policy developments here. Now, I'd argue that these innovations are only really possible thanks to what's been a relatively stable drug use environment in Australia. All major illicit drugs are used at a fairly consistent rate in Australia, and the rate of drug-induced deaths has also remained relatively stable over time. And this has had the effect of creating an environment in which different policies can be experimented with without the expectation of a significant political backlash against them, because there's no current major increase in a particular drug type that drives a change in policy. The first relevant policy change goes back to 2016, when the federal government legalized cannabis for medical purposes. This came with strict regulations, and so that cannabis must be prescribed by a doctor. And typically, it's only available through a pill, through an oil or a spray form, rather than through it being smoked. And there's currently over 11,000 products that have been approved by the regulator for medicinal use. But it can also be more expensive than buying illegally, as it isn't actually subsidized by government. A recent study by the University of Sydney of 1,600 medicinal cannabis users found that users were increasingly turning to legal options. Back in 2018, they found that just 2.5% obtained medicinal cannabis on a doctor's prescription. But by 2021, this had increased to 37%. So there's still a significant shortfall in medicinal cannabis use being obtained through legal means. And the main reason for not obtaining a prescription was the cost, which was significantly higher than illegally sourced cannabis. In 2019, states and territories in Australia started to decriminalise cannabis possession for personal use. The Australian Capital Territory, where the AIC is based, was the first to decriminalise cannabis, allowing residents to possess up to 50 grams per person, and households were allowed to grow up to 4 plants for personal use. The law also stipulated that cannabis cannot be smoked in public or near children. However, interestingly, cannabis does remain an offence at the federal level. And this means that federal police officers could still arrest someone for cannabis possession in the Australian Capital Territory. Several other states have introduced drug diversion schemes for the first or second offences. These include Queensland, New South Wales, Tasmania, South Australia and Victoria. While in Western Australia and Northern Territory, fines are imposed for possession for the first and sometimes second offences. But this is a rapidly changing area of policy. Just 2 weeks ago, the New South Wales government introduced a bill to allow households to grow up to 6 cannabis plants. And just last week, the Victorian state government announced it was open to discussions on decriminalising cannabis possession for personal use. So we are seeing this gradual liberalisation at the state and territory level of cannabis use. Now, in the past month, the Australian Capital Territory has gone a step further by decriminalising the possession of small amounts of any illicit drug. This is drawing on the experiences of Portugal, where decriminalisation has been in place for over a decade and has shown some significant results. And the Australian Capital Territory has taken a similar approach by focusing more on drug use as a health issue and focusing more on harm reduction measures. Now, this has not been popular with the federal government or, in fact, the neighbouring police jurisdictions, as there's concern that it will drive trade across borders. But it's an experiment that it'd be interesting to see how impactful it is on changing consumer patterns and changing the local illicit drug market too. New South Wales have recently gone a step further in its relaxation of drug laws by extending an existing diversion program that was in place for cannabis possession to other drugs, including cocaine, MDMA and methamphetamine. So the general trend in Australia is towards greater decriminalisation and diversion of drug offences, out of the criminal justice system. And finally, I'll just touch on the steps that are taken towards a greater emphasis on harm reduction policies, with introduction of pill testing at music festivals. This approach provides users with information about what is in the drugs that they're about to consume, so that they can make an informed decision about the substances that they take and decide whether to take it or not. This has now been implemented in Queensland following a successful trial in Canberra a few years ago. These approaches tend to be unpopular with law enforcement agencies, as they tend to conflict with the conventional approach of supply reduction measures, which would prohibit possession. So in these cases, there's an assumption that individuals are possessing and subsequently taking, which has caused kind of concerns among police agencies too. So to conclude, it's clear that drug policies are evolving rapidly in Australia, with a gradual shift towards decriminalisation and harm reduction approaches. However, I'd argue that this has only been possible thanks to 2 other trends in Australia. Firstly, there's been a strong supply reduction approach that has helped to some degree to keep the availability of drugs in check, although noting that there's still plenty that still makes its way into the Australian market. The second trend is the stability of consumption patterns in Australia. This has meant there is currently no public outcry over illicit drug use in Australia that would otherwise have led to a knee-jerk reaction by governments to increase penalties for harsher supply reduction approaches. So it's in this relative calm that state governments have been able to contemplate innovative drug policies, and time will only tell as to how effective these approaches have been in the Australian context at tackling and reducing drug use in Australia. Thank you for your time, and I hope the rest of the conference goes well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown, for your great presentation. Dr. Brown introduced a lot of AIC research that examined how the consumption of illicit drugs is changing in Australia. It was very impressive to see, actually look at the AIC research briefs such as trends and issues and statistical politeness and so on. And I know I was able to, notice that the AIC has done a lot of great research on drug policy. And also interesting to know that, how the supply reduction of a drug is actually interconnected to demand reduction, and was able to see the good diversion or treatment programs in relation to drug policy. Thank you so much. Now, we come to the panel discussion session. I would like to ask all the discussants to come up to the stage and take your seat, please. Okay, first of all, let me introduce our discussants. The first discussant is Mr. Hong Wan-hee. Mr. Hong Wan-hee is a senior prosecutor. He's a director of the criminal department of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. As I know, Mr. Hong Wan-hee is one of the greatest and best leading expert and practitioner in the drug investigation. Please give a big applaud to Mr. Hong Wan-hee. Our second discussant is Dr. Jeon Young-sil from the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice, and I know that Dr. Jeon Young-sil has done a lot of research on drug policy and implementation programs. Please give a welcome applause to Dr. Jeon Young-sil. Okay, so let us start with Mr. Hong Wan-gyu. Yeah, you have the floor.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, I am prosecutor Hong Wan-hee. I'm not the best, but thank you for the compliment. The judicial sovereignty, and especially the sovereignty about the crimes, cannot be applied across borders, but the crimes of drugs, terrorism, cybercrimes, and money laundering are transcending borders. With the development of IT technology and increased transportation modes and increase in drug demand after COVID-19 have come about in the proliferation of drug-related crimes, and that is taking on transnational forms. And at this juncture, it is very timely that the KICJ is holding this international forum on criminal justice and legal policy responses to combat TOC. So I'd like to thank the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice and President Ha for their hard work. I listened to Dr. Brown's presentation very intently, and it was an eye-opener for me in many respects. Could we have slide 2 on the screen? If it's not possible, then I'll just talk about the slide. On slide 2, it talks about the social cost incurred by the crimes, and it says that the social cost due to illicit drug amounts to $16.5 billion. And so I was wondering about how that trend changed. And was there an increase or decrease in the cost due to the drug-related crimes? So I hope that I can get a chance later on to listen to the answer. And slide 6 was about the number of detections of illicit drugs, and what caught my attention was cannabis. Compared to meth or cocaine growth rate, the border detection for cannabis it grew at a very significant rate, but it was not as high for number of arrests or seizures. And I was wondering if this was related to decriminalization of cannabis. And if that is the case, then why did the number of border detections increase so much? And is decriminalization of cannabis related to the detection of other illicit drugs? Looking at the situation in the US, some states, Thailand. So in some countries, cannabis has become decriminalized. And there are some people saying that soft drugs like cannabis should be legalized in Korea. But cannabis is likened to an entry type of drug, and so we should be more cautious about decriminalizing cannabis in Korea. So after cannabis was decriminalized in Australia, were there any meaningful changes in the number of users of other types of illicit drugs? And having listened to Dr. Brown's presentation, this was most interesting because this was always in my head as I was doing my job. It was the cost-benefit analysis of the demand reduction program. Dr. Brown talked about, where the demand reduction strategy was focused on. So no matter where it was focused, whether it was prevention, law enforcement, or treatment program, it did have an overall positive impact on reducing the demand for illicit drugs. But, the government's budget and resources are limited, so we have to allocate the budget and resources in the areas that have higher returns. So when a nation has to decide on which strategy to focus on for demand reduction, I guess the nation has to think about, what type of circumstances that society lies in. And to go from that to supply reduction, maybe we could do a similar exercise of doing the cost-benefit analysis. For example, an illicit drug, before it is spread in a certain society, fentanyl is the worldwide problem these days. In the US, the raw materials are imported, and then the fentanyl is manufactured. But in Korea, there's more circulation of prescribed fentanyl. And so if the situation differs country by country, and so if that drug has not really proliferated in a certain society, then it would be more effective to have law enforcement and punishment rather than treatment and rehab. But if that drug is more commonly used, then it would be maybe better to focus on treatment and rehab to have better return on the dollar spent. Personally, looking at the situation in Korea, I think we need to focus more on reducing supply and at the same time have some exert parallel effort in reducing demand as well. And in international cooperation, whether to focus more on reducing supply or reducing demand, in order to make that decision, you need to do the cost-benefit analysis and then allocate the resources accordingly. So if a drug is more common in a society, then you should have a balanced strategy of reducing supply and demand. And if it's a new type of drug that is spreading just now, then maybe you could have prevention campaigns, and maybe you could have the supply reduction for the triangle areas where it is produced. And in a society where that a drug is used, then maybe we could focus more on treatment and rehab. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'd like to thank the KICJ for inviting me. And on a side note, in the 70s and 80s, Korea was one of the main suppliers of the raw materials for meth. And since the 1990s, with the effort of the prosecution, export of those raw materials was stopped and we became an importer. And having done the job, there was a rare case of the raw material of meth being exported to Australia. A graduate student had worked in a pharmacy and had collected 1 kilo of raw materials of meth and had exported to Australia. And if Dr. Brown was here, I would have apologized to him. But now I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize for that amount of export. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prosecutor Hong. And if the Dr. Brown will be here, he would be able to answer a lot of, your questions. But, I'm very sorry for that. But actually, I would arrange our international cooperation team to kind of take your questions and forward your questions to Dr. Brown. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so now going to the second discussants. Dr. John Young-shil from the KSC, you have the floor.
Well, it seems that we are pressed for time, so I would like to keep my remarks short. Thank you very much to Dr. Brown for your presentation. We were able to hear about the strategies of illicit drugs in Australia, as well as various interventions and recent trends. This helped us understand not only the Australian situation, but it also helped us think about the Korean situation and the strategies forward. In Australia, as you have heard from the presentation, there is the National Drug Strategy since 1985, and recently they have established their first 10-year plan. In Korea, we are seeing the increase of illicit drug cases, and therefore there is heightened awareness. And in August, there was a revision of the Drug Management Act, and we now need to establish a plan every 5 years. And so through this 5-year plan, I look forward to various policies on reducing demands and supply, as well as having systematic monitoring. Within the presentation, we have seen that within the Australian Capital Territory, there is the decriminalization of cannabis, but at the same time, after 2 years of having decriminalization, they will go through a monitoring and assessment process. And so this very systematic evaluation, as well as evidence-based policies like the Australian Capital Territory, is needed. Related to supply reduction, in Australia, we are seeing that the strategy is to increase the risk of those who circulate drugs and also to reduce opportunities for the users. And I believe that reducing opportunities for the users to access drugs will be a great way to reduce demands. Currently in Korea, utilizing social networks and dark webs, we are seeing the trafficking of drugs. We're also seeing the increase of new drugs and the overuse of legal medical medicines for illegal purposes. And recently, we have also seen drug trafficking conducted by organized crime groups. just like voice phishing groups, we need to make sure that we remember that for drug trafficking, there is also a network, including all the way from those who circulate in the streets and those who lead these organizations. For the voice phishing networks, strong punishment was given to even the lowest member of the network that just collect cash. This should be the same for drug networks as well. Strong punishment is needed for until the very bottom of the hierarchy. And the presentation also talked about policing for communities rather than hotspots. And this is something that we need to remember for policing in Korea as well. I believe that it has great implications for the Korean situation. And related to the demand reduction, I think there's some things that we can think about. First, we need to strengthen the education and training to prevent the use of drugs. In one of the papers related to benefit cost analysis, we have seen that for the youth, 4/3 of the programs are for preventing the use of drugs, and that really shows that prevention is the most effective, especially for the younger generation. And preventive training for the teenagers has a higher return on investment compared to treatment. And we are seeing that drug is becoming a severe issue for teenagers in Korea. And so we do need effective ways to educate them to prevent the use of drugs. We also need to change the rules related to schools so that within the curriculum we can include specific amounts of time for educating students to prevent their use of drugs. And we also need to develop effective contents for these training programs. And related to treatment and rehabilitation, we have seen that the Australian Capital Territory, they are conducting decriminalization, but that actually is to reduce the stigma effect rather to increase the treatment access. And in Korea, for example, conditional prosecution conducted by the public prosecutors are similar to the purpose of decriminalization of the Australian Capital Territory. And so we do have policies that have conditional prosecutions, and that actually enables the prosecutors to accommodate to the needs of the users. And currently this year we have a test trial of conditional prosecution, and I do believe that if the effects are proven through these trials, they should be expanded in use. We also need to come up with various treatment and rehabilitation appropriate for the users. For example, we are seeing an increase in drug use among teenagers as well as increase in drug-related crimes amongst women. In Korea, of all crimes, women take up only 10%, but for drug-related crimes, the percentage of women is 35%, and this year it is above 30%. For teenagers, only 10% of the juvenile crime is conducted by women, but for juvenile drug crimes, 30% is conducted by women. And so we are seeing that there is a higher percentage of women in drug-related crimes compared to other crimes. So taking this into consideration, we need to make sure that we come up with treatments and rehabilitation accommodating the needs of teenagers and women. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chan. As a criminologist, she has done a lot of research on the intervention program or survey on drug policy. So she highlighted a lot of intervention programs, especially targeted for the juveniles and the female populations that we neglected, recently. But we have to highlight this kind of specific population for implementing drug policy. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Okay, actually, we're supposed to start the second thematic session at 2, right? Yeah, 2 o'clock, so we are a little bit short of a time. So unfortunately, we would not be able to take the questions from the floor. So we will close the first thematic session here and, we'll, proceed the second session. Please give a big applause to our discussants again. Thank you. Okay, now we come to the second thematic session. The second session will address human trafficking and migrant smuggling. We have invited 3 distinguished scholars and experts in this field. Dr. Natalia Olles from the HEONI and Dr. Jo Jung-hyun from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Law School and Senior Deputy Director Go Young-seok from the Ministry of Department. I would like to remind our speakers in the second session that you have like 25 minutes for your presentation and 15 minutes allotted for your panel discussion. Okay, so now let's have the first speaker, Dr. Natalia Olles. Let me give a brief introduction about Dr. Natalia Olles. Natalia Olles is the director of the European Institute for Crime Prevention and Control, affiliated with the United Nations, which is HEONI in Finland. She has a doctorate in law. Prior to her position as a director at the HEONI, she worked as an expert at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in Southern Africa, as a diplomat at the Permanent Mission of Finland to the United Nations, and as an anti-trafficking advisor at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Her research focuses on trafficking in persons, the exploitation of migrant workers, gendered violence, and corruption, and so on. The topic that she is going to present today is trafficking for the purpose of forced labor and labor exploitation in Europe, a low-risk, high-gain form of corporate and organized crime. Please give a big applause for Dr. Olles' presentation.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Korea Institute of Criminology and Justice and Director Ha for this very kind invite to join the forum. It's a great pleasure to be here to celebrate your 10th anniversary of the forum. And it's really a great honor to address this distinguished audience here today. Very briefly, just as an introduction, I was requested to address the question of trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants in Europe. But because this is a very broad topic, I decided to narrow it down to the topic that is kind of closest to my heart, which is the question of labor exploitation. I've personally been working on the question of trafficking for the purpose of forced labor and labor exploitation since 2008. And even though I find all forms of trafficking important to address, I want to raise this specific question of labor exploitation, which I will argue is one of the trafficking problems most pertinent in most countries around the world today. In my presentation, I will focus on Europe, and specifically Finland, where HEONI is located, but I think many of the findings are relevant also to contemporary Korean society. Okay, I'm trying to press. Oh, here, sorry. In my presentation, I will first briefly outline what HEONI is, which has been mentioned here many times already today. I'll then briefly go through the trafficking trends in Europe. Then I will talk about addressing labor trafficking specifically. And then I will talk about the prevention measures that have been undertaken in Finland. And then I will present some very concrete guidelines that we have developed at my office. So what is HEONI? Well, we are the European Institute for Crime Prevention and Control, affiliated with United Nations. So we're part of the same the network of institutes as the other institutes present here today, but we also work under the auspices of the Finnish Ministry of Justice. We're an independent research and development institute. We're very small, but we're very efficient, I would like to say. Please visit our website. All our publications are available there. So we work a lot with providing policy guidance to governments. We work in close cooperation with practitioners, with researchers, with NGOs, so with the whole sector working on our topics. We currently have 4 areas of work. We work with human trafficking and all forms of exploitation. We very closely work with businesses to prevent exploitation in supply chains, not only at the global level, but very much at the local and the national level. We also work to make criminal justice processes more efficient and more victim-friendly, and we also work with gender-based violence. This is just for your information. We have a whole variety of research on trafficking over the years. They're all available on our website if you're interested. Most of them are available in English, some of them only, unfortunately, in Finnish. But please visit our website if you're interested in any of the studies. Most of them are national or regional, but some of them are international as well. All right, then to the main topic. So I will be talking about human trafficking trends in Europe. I'll start with a brief overview, and then I'll go into the more details of labor exploitation. There was already in one of the previous presentations by Dr. Ackerman, there was a reference to this same study that I'm referring to here. So the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, GITOC, has now carried out 2 rounds of a global organized crime index. All the countries in the world are listed. It's very interesting, so please go to GITOC's website if you're interested in the study. But I wanted to raise the criminal markets in Europe as an introduction to the trafficking and smuggling topic. So as you can see, the study has been carried out twice. If you look at the human smuggling and the human trafficking trends, they have increased over the past few years. And as you can see, if you compare to the other forms of crime, trafficking and smuggling are among the more common forms of organized crime affecting European countries, with financial crimes and cyber-dependent crimes being the most common. As a comparison, Korea's score on this same index is 5.5 for trafficking and 4.0 for smuggling. So a bit higher on trafficking, but lower on smuggling. And as the GITOC index shows, there have been an increase in trafficking. And if we look at the results from Korea, which I also checked, the index shows that actually labor trafficking is the most common form of trafficking in Korea today, affecting especially men from Southeast Asian countries working in fishery farms and in salt mines. So I think this is a topic which is also very relevant here today. Okay, there we go. If we then look at the main forms of exploitation in terms of trafficking specifically, by region, this is from the United Nations Global Report on Trafficking in Persons, which is published every, I think, 2 years. This is from the latest round. If you look at the global situation, some forms of trafficking are more prevalent in some parts of the world compared to others. If we now look at the European region, especially the Western and Southern European region, we see that all forms of trafficking are actually quite prevalent. Sexual exploitation is still the most common form of trafficking detected in Europe, but other forms of exploitation, including forced labor and then also exploitation in forced criminality, is becoming increasingly common. If we then look at the situation, I mean, of course, this is now very, very broad because countries are grouped into very broad categories. But if we look at the Eastern European and Central Asian, and then the East Asian and the Pacific region, we see that, for instance, trafficking involving children is not at all as common as it is in Europe. So we see clear differences in trends, but I think it's important to note that forced labor seems to be prevalent all around the world, not only trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation, as it usually often is considered to mostly involve sexual exploitation. I'll wait for Fisette to take his photo. No. Okay, if we look then at trafficking trends in Europe, Europe is a region of both origin, transit, and destination. So there's victims coming from Europe, victims transiting through Europe, and victims ending up in exploitation in Europe. We also see, when now linking this question to the smuggling of migrants, that trafficking routes intersect with major migration routes. And as you have probably all heard, we have certain hotspots in European countries, especially in the southern part of Europe and along the southeastern border. So in the Balkans, in Italy, Greece, and Spain. So of course, where people come, where people migrate, where people are smuggled, there's also human trafficking. The most common forms of exploitation that have been identified in Europe include forced labor, sexual exploitation, mostly in prostitution, forced begging, forced criminal activities, and also benefit fraud. Benefit fraud being quite a new issue, where people are forced to apply, for instance, for social benefits, and then they can't get access to those benefits themselves, but somebody else is kind of using them for that purpose. And as I already mentioned, sexual exploitation, especially in prostitution, remains a significant form of trafficking and very important, but there seems to be an increasing trend in labor exploitation, especially in certain industries. And these industries tend to be those sectors where there's a demand for low-skilled, especially manual labor, such as agriculture, construction, domestic work, manufacturing, and various services such as cleaning and also restaurant work. What's important to note is that recruitment increasingly happens online, especially in social media platforms. And then there's a clear overlap between smuggling and trafficking. Sometimes a situation that is initially smuggling may actually turn into trafficking, and sometimes also the other way around. Traditionally, we have been thinking that smuggling ends when the person has been smuggled across the border, whereas trafficking continues when the person is being exploited on the other side of the border. But now we see that smuggling doesn't necessarily end with the person being transported, but it can actually continue then as a form of exploitation and trafficking. If we then look at the trends of victims, this is now global data from the UNODC report. I think it's important to note that there's a significant shift in how the profile of victims has changed over the years. When the global report was first carried out, there was a major number of victims of trafficking being women exploited in prostitution and for their sexual services. We see now that the share of women has decreased, with the share of men and also children increased. Partly it might be a question of actual volume, but it's also a question of identification. So we start to identify also other forms of exploitation apart from women in sexual exploitation. And we also see that the number of male victims has clearly increased since 2019. And men obviously then being mostly exploited for their labor. All right, if I then go to addressing labor trafficking. First of all, what do I mean by labor trafficking and labor exploitation? Just to clarify the terms, trafficking in persons is defined by the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime and the Protocol on Trafficking, which has been enacted by most countries in the world. And the definition has been taken from that provision. So trafficking is basically a crime that consists of three elements: the act of trafficking, for instance, recruitment or transportation; the means of trafficking, for instance, using deception or abuse of power to get somebody to agree to being trafficked; and then exploiting the person, either sexually or for the labor or for some other purpose. And we have in the trafficking definition also the concept of forced labor, so trafficking for the purpose of forced labor. Forced labor has not in most jurisdictions been defined as a separate crime. It hasn't been criminalized in many countries, but it is defined in the ILO Convention on Forced Labor. So it's basically demanding work or service from a person under the threat of punishment. We then have the labor exploitation, which I now use quite liberally. And by labor exploitation, I mean a person being subjected to poor terms of employment, working very long hours, with wages below the national minimum limits, working in unsafe conditions, and having very little choice regarding whether he or she wants to continue working. And as I see it, I see labor exploitation as the broad category under which we can then place trafficking for the purpose of forced labor. So when I talk about labor exploitation, I talk about situations that might or might not amount to human trafficking in a legal manner. When I talk about labor exploitation and trafficking, I like to also talk about it as a structural issue. What do I mean by structural issue? As I said in the heading of the presentation, I do think labor exploitation and then human trafficking as part of this larger phenomenon of labor exploitation is a very low risk yet high gain form of corporate crime, which is almost entirely motivated by profit making. So it's companies that engage in this because they know that they probably will not be caught and they can gain a lot of advantage compared to their competitors who play by the rules. We also see the legal structures are used to hide these illegal activities. This is something which we see very much in Europe, but I think it also exists elsewhere. So you have very long supply chains. Think about a construction site. You have a main contractor who then hires subcontractors to carry out certain parts of the construction. As a result, it's very difficult to know what actually goes on at the end of the supply chain. What are the working conditions of the workers at the end of the supply chain? Very difficult to oversee. But this is fully legal in most countries because most countries have not limited the number of subcontractors in the supply chain. We have in Europe this posting of workers so that you can send a worker from one country to the other. And even though you're supposed to apply the working conditions of the country receiving the worker, you still apply the conditions of the sending country. You have this new phenomenon of bogus self-employment. So a person thinks he or she is employed by a company, but is actually an entrepreneur. And as an entrepreneur, you of course have a lot of obligations because you are in fact a small company. But the person thinks he or she is actually employed. And then the employer can save on costs because they don't have to pay any taxes on that person. They don't have to pay any statutory social security benefits or other benefits. And then there's the use of these fronts and strawmen where you have somebody kind of moving money through using these front companies. So we know that the links to the shadow economy and the gray economy and to corruption are evident. And then we also know that there's an inefficient monitoring and resources, which makes this all very difficult to observe. We have in one of our studies a few years ago, a colleague Anina Jokinen and I, we were looking at the business model of labor exploitation, and we basically say that it's built on two pillars. One of them is the cost reduction. So if you are a business and you underpay your workers or you don't pay them at all, obviously you gain economic benefit compared to your competitors. If you also then demand really long working hours, if you don't provide all the necessary legal safety and health requirements, if you don't pay taxes and if you don't pay any social and health contributions, obviously you gain a massive economic advantage compared to your competitors. So that's one part of the business model. The other part, the other pillar, is the revenue generation. So first, if you demand recruitment fees from your workers when you recruit them, or some other fees, kind of front fees to secure a placement. And then if you inflate costs once they arrive, you can charge them for transport, for housing, for food, for work clothes, for work equipment and tools. Then you again, you gain more and you can gain a benefit compared to your competitors. And this is actually very common in many of the cases of exploitation that we have seen in the Finnish context. This business model is kind of always applied or almost always applied. And it of course is then not only a question of labor exploitation, but also a question of financial and often very serious financial crimes, and even in some cases money laundering, as we have seen in some cases. If I then move to how this issue has been tackled in the Finnish context. Well, first a bit about what we talk about when we talk about labor exploitation in Finland. What's interesting is that most of the exploited workers that have been identified are working in the country legally. So they're not illegal or undocumented, but they have a valid work permit or they have some other right to work. Very few of them, in Finland we have a lot of trade unions, so very few of them are members of trade unions, which tend to then, if you are a member of a trade union, you have a certain protection from the trade union that kind of speaks on behalf of the workers. The sectors that we see being affected mostly are the service sector, especially restaurants and cleaning. We have construction, we also have shipyards in Finland building these big cruise ships. And then we have seasonal work, especially agriculture and then berry farms like strawberry farms. We have had some serious cases now in the cucumber farming industry in Finland affecting Vietnamese workers. So there's been some very serious cases recently. We also then have this wild berry picking, especially affecting workers from Thailand. And then we have had some cases in industries. Most of the victims come from various Asian, especially Southeast Asian countries, some from Eastern Europe, from the Middle East, and also from our neighboring countries. And what is interesting is that the perpetrators often come from the same background as the victims. So in a way, it becomes also a question of exploiting your countrymen or your, in some cases, even relatives. What we then talk about when we talk about labor exploitation is a combination of different forms of exploitation. Most commonly, it's a question of underpayment. So the workers are not getting the pay that they should get. Sometimes they don't get any pay at all. Underpayment as such has not been criminalized in Finland, so it's not a crime. But if it's combined with these other forms of exploitation, such as not paying them for long periods of time, demanding very long working hours, pressurizing them somehow, restricting their freedom of movement, restricting their contact to the outside world, outside of the workplace, then we start to talk about more serious forms of crime, and even in some cases about human trafficking for the purpose of forced labor. But when I spoke about the kind of framework of labor exploitation, we see that all these different crimes that can then be used in these cases fall under the broad umbrella of labor exploitation, with human trafficking then being perhaps the most serious form of crime. Somebody might ask, so what's the difference between trafficking and kind of bad working conditions? Why do you talk about labor exploitation if it's not human trafficking? Well, the way we see it is that the trafficking is first a process where the person is being affected in a very comprehensive way. And instead of focusing on the force in trafficking for the purpose of forced labor, we want to turn the gaze around and say that shouldn't we focus on why the person cannot realistically and in reality leave the place of work? So we should focus on the position of vulnerability and dependency, as is actually implied also in the Palermo Protocol. So if the worker has been deceived about the conditions of work, about the accommodation and the salary, if the person works very long hours for little or no pay, has the passport and documents taken away, is threatened in some cases, is dependent on the employer, doesn't, for instance, speak the local language, doesn't know about anything, this person may be a victim of trafficking for forced labor. And this is actually quite I think a novel way of seeing it. The way to understand trafficking for the purpose of forced labor in this manner is currently implemented mostly, I would say, in Finland and also in Belgium and a couple of other countries. But most countries tend to have a very high threshold to define something as trafficking. And we are arguing that actually, if you look at the definition, cases that would fulfill these conditions could actually amount to human trafficking. I have a slide on why labor exploitation has received a lot of attention in Finland, because Finland is, comparatively speaking, doing quite well when it comes to preventing labor exploitation. And I often get asked, what did Finland do? Why is this such an issue on the agenda in Finland? And I would kind of break it down to three points. First of all, we have quite a lot of control and oversight, and especially also by law enforcement. But most importantly, we have specialized labor inspectors who have a clear mandate to inspect the terms of employment of migrant workers, since we know that this mostly affects workers of migrant origin. So we have these individual inspectors who have for quite a long time already very actively inspected these situations. And they have guidelines on how to react to cases that involve a suspicion of trafficking. And then we also now have specialized police since 2021. But before that, we had individual police officers and individual prosecutors who tested these cases. So they figured out that this case is actually human trafficking. Let's see how it fares in court. And we have had our first conviction for trafficking for the purpose of forced labor in 2012. And since then, we have had a number of convictions. And what is important that there's always a parallel provision. So if you can't quite prove trafficking, you can prove one of the other kind of parallel crimes. So we have now accumulated significant case law, which I think is important. We also then have research and oversight. So we have a national rapporteur on human trafficking who has a mandate to report every 4 years to Parliament. So the rapporteur does an independent report where he or she quite critically looks at the government actions and efforts to prevent exploitation, and then presents a parliamentary report, which then leads to actual concrete action, to laws, to policies, to prevention policies. So I think this is a really important function. And then I would like to raise our own work. So Heuni has researched this topic for many years, And we have been an active participant in national working groups and in national efforts to develop policy, and I think the research base has been very important, because then you kind of understand the phenomena. Without research, you don't actually know if the phenomena exists, and if it exists, what does it look like? And then finally, we have a quite comprehensive system of victim assistance, with a national system of assistance to victims of trafficking, which is government-run and government-financed. And then we also have specialized non-governmental organizations that provide assistance to victims with a very low threshold. And most of them also receive significant government funding. So I think this is a framework where the topic of labor exploitation has been raised, comparatively speaking, to a quite high level compared to our neighboring countries in Europe. And as I think I'm running out of time soon, I want to finish by outlining some of the work we have done at KEUNI to address labor exploitation. Our work is practically oriented, so we do applied research where we try to always develop tools that are actually useful for practitioners, for prosecutors, for police officers, for labor inspectors, for others who come into contact with victims and with this topic. So first of all, we did a handbook uncovering labor trafficking. This is for police officers and labor inspectors, a very concrete tool that outlines a checklist. There's several checklists in the book, and all of this is available on our website in English for free. So this first checklist is a checklist for labor inspectors. So what do you do if you go into a workplace and you encounter persons who you think might be exploited, who might be of migrant origin? What do you ask them? So this is a list of questions, what you ask them. There's a second checklist for police officers. What do you do in an investigation when you try to investigate labor exploitation and labor trafficking? What do you ask in terms of their recruitment? What do you ask them about their working conditions? What do you ask them about their housing? What do you ask them about their payments? You know, there's a whole number of, this is just some of the questions, but there's a whole list of questions, concrete, practical questions that police officers can ask when they encounter a suspected victim of human trafficking or for the purpose of forced labor. The guide also includes a route, this is a little mountain where you kind of climb the mountain. What are the elements of a successful investigation? Well, first of all, you need to break the offender's control over the victim. And then you, of course, need to start gathering evidence. You need to secure the victim. You need to kind of plan how you're going to do the investigation. And then eventually you reach a good result in court. All of this is outlined in our guidebook if you're interested. And then, as I mentioned, we also work very closely with businesses. We have developed several tools for businesses on how to prevent labor exploitation, because we see that it's not useful if only governments and authorities try to address this issue. We also need the business community to take action. So we have a whole list of actions that businesses need to do. You need to kind of first recognize the phenomena. You need to assess the risks for your business, because there are reputational risks. And then you need to make concrete actions to prevent and mitigate. You can do this, for instance, through including this in your contracts. And then you need to do follow-up. We very much talk about making your own audits, making your own oversight. And then you need to kind of also make sure that the victims, if you find any victims, if something goes wrong in your contracts, that you actually provide remedies to the victimized workers. But this is all also available on our website, and the tool is freely available. We have also we created a similar tool for public procurement organizations. In the European setting, the question of public procurement, because they use state money, is very important. So we talk about how could you prevent labor exploitation in state procurements, in government procurements. So we have a similar guide for public procurement organizations, also available on our website, but because it's made for the Finnish context, it focuses on the Finnish procurement law, which is probably different from the Korean one. And then to conclude, in our experience, addressing labor exploitation and trafficking for forced labor, it's not really an easy fix, but it is possible through multi-agency cooperation. So we need increased awareness, not only among authorities and government representatives, but also among businesses. There really is a need for specialization. It's very hard to address this without specialized police, without specialized prosecutors, without specialized labor inspectors. But we need to have clear mandates and also resources, because if there's a lack of sufficient mandates, it's difficult to address. We also need to have these additional mechanisms to dismantle the structures and mechanisms that facilitate exploitation. So we need to look at economic crime control, money laundering, and other relevant issues. And then we need to have a broad understanding of what constitutes exploitation, because by addressing perhaps the less serious forms of exploitation, we might also address situations that might turn into trafficking and more serious forms of exploitation. And then finally, we need to make sure that those who are victimized actually do get support and remedies. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Olles. Dr. Olles introduced a lot of key human trafficking and migrant smuggling trends in the European region. She also highlighted labor exploitation constituted a significant form of trafficking. Although I'm not an expert in this field, actually it was very impressive to see this, the sentence, exploitation and trafficking should not be treated as isolated phenomena perpetrated solely by criminals, but should be understood as embedded in the structures of the economy and labor markets. And also she introduced a lot of Heoni's great work, including the projects that has been done recently. It was very good to know the importance of these issues, and thank you so much for your hard work in Heoni. Okay, so now we are going to the panel discussion. I would like to ask again to two panelists to come up to the stage and take your seat first. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to the discussion section. First, I'd like to introduce Mr. Go Young-suk. He is a Senior Deputy Director in the Immigration Policy Department from the Ministry of Justice. Please give a welcome applause. And the second discussant is Professor Jo Jung-hyun. He is Professor of International Law in the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Law School. Please give a welcome applause. Thank you. So we're starting the first discussant. Mr. Go, you have the floor.
Well, first of all, Dr. Olles, thank you very much for your presentation. I was very impressed with your presentation. In Europe, labor exploitation and trafficking and migrant smuggling, it goes hand in hand, you mentioned, but that's quite different in Korea. As you're well aware, in Korea we are surrounded by the sea on three sides, and we have North Korea to the north. And so smuggling is very difficult. It's about 2 to 3 cases per year. And so migrant smuggling is quite rare in Korea. So that's a situation that is different. And the victims of human trafficking, you mentioned that they usually have paperwork for example, work visas, that many of the people who are exposed to labor exploitation, they do have legal status. That was quite interesting. That is something that we will need to take note of for the Korean situation as well. You also talked about the difference between exploitation and poor working conditions. And I think those are the issues that we have to take a deep dive into. So what is the fine line between difficult working environment and exploitation? I think there's a very fine line there. And so I think we need to go through various examples to differentiate what is actual labor exploitation. Dr. Ollis talked about the European case, so I would like to talk about human trafficking in Korea as someone who is on the front lines. Related to human trafficking, in Korea, we have been impacted by the U.S. anti-human trafficking report, and I would like to talk about some of the difficulties on site. In 2023, on June 16th, in fact, the U.S. Ministry of Foreign Affairs mentioned that around the world, there was human anti-trafficking efforts, and they evaluated these efforts, and Korea was given grade 2 for 2 years in a row. In the East Asia and the Pacific region, only the Philippines and Taiwan was grade 1. So we can see that as someone who is in charge of these efforts, we find it very difficult to understand this evaluation because there is a gap between what the report has mentioned and our reality. So during the time that the evaluation happened, I actually Googled how many times human trafficking was reported in the Korean media, and there was not a lot of articles related to human trafficking. In 2023, from January 1st, there was an act related to anti-human trafficking and also a law for victim compensation, and also the reporting that in the U.S. report, we have been downgraded from grade 1 to grade 2. And the most shocking article was from 2022 because in San Antonio of Texas, there was a large trailer, and inside the trailer, there were 50 people found dead, and they were thought to be migrant smuggling networks, and maybe it was human trafficking. In the case of Taiwan, in August of 2022, there was an incident of an international human trafficking network with a 5,000 victims. And there was also the issue of organ trafficking, and there was even an actual price tag on each organ. In the Philippines, of course, they were not evaluated, but in 2023, there is the Organized Crime Office under the Presidential Office, and they mentioned that they actually seized a building in Manila and found that there were people with nationality, 580 people with different nationality, including Korean, and they were actually arrested. And there were also 1,000 foreigners working in casinos in the Philippines who were targeted, who were victims of human trafficking. But during the same period, there were no articles about human trafficking in Korea. Of course, although there was no media articles, that does not mean that there was no human trafficking in Korea. But if we take a look at the statistics of the Korean police, in 2022, there's one case of human trafficking, and trafficking for sexual exploitation and trafficking for labor exploitation and human trafficking for organ trafficking did not exist. Let me now go on to the actual report. Well, first, in the report, it talks about sexual protection of children and women, and I do believe that there was a stipulation on how there was a wrong definition of child sexual exploitation in the Korean Act. That was pointed out by the report. But if we take a look at Article 11-1 of the Act on Protecting Children and Women, if a person sells or sends a child overseas or brings a child from overseas to Korea with the purpose of sexual exploitation, they will be imprisoned. And so you can see that all acts related to sexual exploitation of children are punished. And second, if there is an illegal resident in the country, and if they do not cooperate with the state, then they will not be given certain services. And if they cooperate with the legal authorities, they will be given a year to stay in Korea. That is what the report said. But what we want to mention is that an additional year that they get to stay in Korea is irrelevant of whether they cooperate with the Korean authorities. When this individual is being treated for injuries or diseases, or if you have a family member that is being treated, if you are you're seeking asylum, or if your family has died in Korea due to an accident, if you become pregnant, if you need to have long-term treatment because of your diseases, if you were sexually abused, these are some of the reasons why we extend the stay for a year. It has nothing to do with whether they cooperate with the legal authorities. And these people can have their visa extended for a year regardless of whether they cooperate. The police and the Ministry of Fisheries and Ocean Affairs, the report said that these two authorities had instances where people who were illegal immigrants in Korea were sent back to their countries without having considered their circumstances, but that actually is not true. All of these issues are related to the Migration Policy Division of the Ministry of Justice, and therefore the police and the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceanic Affairs has nothing to do with whether these immigrants will be sent back to their own country. And so we do believe that there is no evidence that these authorities actually sent migrants to their home countries, and I believe that only information was shared. They do not have the authorities to make this decision. Sending back or forcing the immigrants to go back to their own countries is only up to the Ministry of Justice. So if the police or the Ministry of Fisheries, if they had recognized that they had forced certain immigrants to go to their home country, that would not be possible, as this is up to the Ministry of Justice. There could be some lack of communication, but all of this information would have been revealed through the media, but the Ministry of Justice has never participated in any interviews and press releases related to these incidents. But the human trafficking report of the U.S. from 2020 to 2023, the same clause is being used in the report to name Korea as a grade 2 country. And human trafficking, according to the Criminal Act of Korea, is said to have a wrong definition. So human trafficking is limited to trafficking of people for sexual exploitation, and it does not include fraud, is what the report has pointed out. The report also says that the 2000 UN Convention Against Human Trafficking has defined human trafficking in a new way, and it also includes laws related to compensation for victims of human trafficking. But the report points out that the new definition has not been reflected in the Korean Penal Act, and that the criminals of human trafficking should be given a long-term prison sentence. But if we take a look at the Korean law, the Korean law actually defines all of the acts of crime in very concise way. For example, murder is defined to have either 5 years in prison or lifetime in prison or execution when you kill another person. So they're very compact definitions of crimes. In the US, there are very long definitions of crimes that defines all of the different aspects of a certain crime, but in Korea, that is not how we define crimes within the legal clauses. And so that is the difference between the technicalities of the two laws. And so if we actually reflect the US way to define human trafficking in the Korean law, it would not be in balance with the definition of other crimes. And if we need to actually prove human trafficking in the prosecution stage, then that would not be helpful in sentencing the criminals of human trafficking, and it would also take longer for us to provide compensation to the victims. And if we take a look at the act related to human trafficking in Korea, there was sexual exploitation following human trafficking, and so there was a law against that specific sexual exploitation. And so we actually mentioned coercion or forced labor as a victim of sexual exploitation. And so that law actually provides the legal basis for either coercion or fraud. And so that law already exists separate to the anti-traffic law. And so the legal enforcement authorities and the police, they sometimes have different understandings of the relevant laws, and sometimes the government officials would only limit human trafficking to all aspects of sexual exploitation, but not other aspects of human trafficking. So if there are commercial exploitation and domestic violence and other forms of sexual violence in human trafficking, and kidnapping would be a method of human trafficking and not the human trafficking itself. And so there are different aspects of human trafficking within the law, but each individual cases are different for human trafficking. And so I don't think there would be any confusion with the legal status, as has been pointed out by the U.S. report. Despite the report by the U.S. that there is a lot of human trafficking amongst illegal immigrants or migrant workers in Korea, but that actually may be an act of labor exploitation, but it is not linked to human trafficking. We cannot say that labor exploitation in Korea is directly linked to human trafficking. This is something that we have to check case by case. In the international society, human trafficking is becoming an issue related to TAC, the Transnational Organized Crime. For example, in the U.S., in order to eradicate human trafficking, they are cooperating with non-governmental bodies. But I do believe that the U.S. also needs to enhance their communication with other governments as well. This will be a way to deal with transnational organized crime related to human trafficking. The human trafficking situation may be different from country to country, and therefore the response may also be different. And so rather than actually believing that the international standards are a silver bullet to all countries, we need to take into consideration the local circumstances. That was a short comment on my side as someone who is working on the field. And there are many well-known and renowned professors here today, so I do speak about this topic humbly.
For your sincere discussions. Now we're coming to the second discussants. Professor Jo Jung-hyun, you have the floor.
예, 한국외국어대학
Yes, I am teaching law, Jo Jung-hyuk, at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. I would like to thank President Ha and KICJ for the meaningful forum today. Well, actually, refugee protection of North Korean refugees and immigration policy and its implication. These are the topics that I'm interested in researching. We have had a lot of learning from Dr. Olis's presentation, and Mr. Ko was very passionate about the Korean government's position. And if I did say anything controversial, I think Mr. Go is going to give me a tap on the shoulder. So, well, I'm just going to share with you my personal beliefs. When we look at the international convention, we have three treaties that Korea is party to, and then there are 2 protocols. And I'd like to compare that with Europe, and we looked at the case in Finland and what are the implications for Korea. So I think that is what we should do. Out of talk, drugs, cybercrimes, money laundering, well, these crimes are controlled, and there's tight-knit cooperation among the countries, and there's a legal framework. But as for human trafficking and migrant smuggling that we dealt with in this session, I think it's more complicated and complex in nature. Thank you for the presentation. Well, I thought it was illegal immigration or illegal migration, but it was migrant smuggling. And so I think the boundary between human trafficking and smuggling is a bit blurred. So it can take the form of either A or B. And within Europe, human trafficking for sexual exploitation, but then for labor exploitation was becoming more prevalent because we had more male victims, and it's a low risk, high margin organized crime, and how Finland had taken action to prevent this, and it was quite meaningful. And so the lesson I learned was, as was mentioned by the moderator already, labor exploitation and human trafficking should not be, considered as only the criminals' problems, but we have to understand it from national and international context and find common ways to counter this. So not only criminal justice, we have to think of it in workers' rights protection, whether it's we are to prevent human trafficking and smuggling, we have to have strong law enforcement, and we have to have effective measures to protect the rights of those exploited workers, and we need to eradicate any fundamental reasons why there is human trafficking in the first place. So Korea and North Korea, since I'm a scholar studying the issues on the Korean Peninsula, I'd like to point out some relevant points. The international treaty that is related to this is UN Convention on Transnational Organized Crime. North Korea, China, and South Korea are all party to that. And UN Convention, UN Protocol of to prevent, suppress, punish trafficking in persons, and only South Korea is party to this protocol. China only ratified the UN Protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons. January 1st of this year, Korea enacted the anti-trafficking law, and this was initiated by the Ministry of Family and Gender Equality, and this includes a lot about content about victim protection, and whether these treaties are enforced. The parties to the convention or protocol, when there's a conflict, then they settle this in arbitration court, and if that does not solve it, then they go to ICJ, and so they do have the dispute settlement system. And China is not applied this mechanism, and so we have this global standard. And since there is no agency that enforces these protocols and conventions, in 2000, the U.S. State Department enacted the TVPA. And since 2001, Trafficking in Persons report is published. And the TVPA is revised every 3 to 4 years, and it includes PPP, punishment of the perpetrators and protecting the victims, punishment, protection and prevention. And this is similar to what is in the international contract. And the countries are divided into 3 grades. So for grade 3 countries, it is not provided non-humanitarian foreign assistance. Humanitarian assistance will continue to be given, but non-humanitarian assistance will not be given to the grade 3 countries. And then we have Korea and North Korea. Let's put aside Korea for a moment. North Korea, since 2001, has been classified as Tier 3 country. There is the forced labor, and Russia had imported North Korean labor to replace the labor in Russia that had gone to fight the war in Ukraine. And there's the human trafficking issue of the North Korean defectors. And so this is quite an issue in the international society, and Korea should watch out for this. And China is also party to this. So for human trafficking of the North Korean women defectors, there's the forced labor in Russia, and we need to seek measures for cooperation. Because Korea has to pay attention to the issues on the Korean Peninsula, and because the Yoon administration has proclaimed Korea as one of the global pivotal states, we should pay attention to these international matters. And as to the Korean issue, I'm very cautious because I don't know what Mr. Ko will say about my comment. But Korea does follow most of the recommendations under the human rights regime. And what remains is what the National Security Act. Freedom of expression is limited, and conscientious objection that was also resolved. So on most matters, we do follow the international recommendations. Of course, new issues emerge, but we thought we were Tier 1, but Taiwan was Tier 1, but Korea was Tier 2. And so I think it gives us, something to think about. Maybe the U.S. is measuring the Korean system from a different perspective, and maybe we did not make ourselves understood better. Then in that case, how come Taiwan is in Tier 1? Other countries have similar legal regimes, and why are they classified Tier 1? And why are we in Tier 2? Maybe, we should try to make ourselves understood better, and then maybe there are some things that we need to revisit with that classification. We do have the human trafficking issues related to sexual exploitation, and there are issues of forced labor in farming and in salt fields. I think measures are being taken to improve this. and we need to explain ourselves better to the U.S. State Department. And so I think further steps need to be taken. And as for the UN protocol, or whether it be protection, prevention, or punishment, there's the responsibility for international cooperation, and well, specific measures will be aligned with each nation's legal framework. But protecting the victims and preventing and punishing human trafficking is stated in the protocol. And if we move to that stage, then I think we will be reclassified. Today we talked about human trafficking and forced labor and labor exploitation. And since Korea is losing its population because of low fertility, well, I have 3 children, so I have done my share. But, I think the nation is going to disappear soon. And I'm quite, concerned about the well-being of my children when they grow up. So I think maybe it is time to revisit immigration policy, refugee policy, military service policy, the overall policy about the population. The legal scholars are conservative, and if they act too late, then the country may have disappeared already. And, the issue about human trafficking and forced labor, I think, is related to the population policy, because it does deal with, the migrants coming into Korea. So I think we should think out of the box, feel a sense of urgency, and maybe, have more open-minded stance about inviting a new population. I don't know if I'm making sense, but Robert Frost said good fences make good neighbors. If the fence should not be too high and it should not be too low. And you have to look at the material of the fence. You should leave the gate a bit open, and depending on who comes in and goes out, you have to, see whether it works and whether it locks properly. So it's not like it's good if you have a fence, and you shouldn't isolate yourself with a strong fence. So we are at a very difficult juncture, and I hope that the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice will take the initiative in starting the conversation. With this, I'd like to end my comment. Thank you.
Now, I would like to ask Dr. Olas to make any kind of comments or explanations based on their discussions.
Now it's on. Yes, sorry. Well, thank you so much for your comments. I don't think they were actually addressed directly to me, but maybe just kind of an overall perspective. I personally see that, well, we have to understand that the human trafficking definition, which was developed under the framework of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime more than 20 years ago, was of course a result of a compromise and a result of a negotiation over 2 years between UN member states. So it is in a way a compromise of what was then seen as the best possible approach. I personally think that human trafficking has evolved as a phenomenon since then, and that we kind of need to see how the definition and how the concept of human trafficking can be addressed at the national level. Having said this, I also do believe that the question of labor exploitation is something that cuts across nations, that is a problem that exists everywhere, and that it hasn't really received sufficient attention yet. especially because it is in a way so structural and so embedded in the, as you rightly pointed out, in our political and our economic and our migratory policies. So it is very difficult also to see. So I don't know, having said this, I think there's a lot of interesting and important work being done in different parts of the world, including in Korea. And I encourage the government to continue its efforts. And I think, if anybody is happy to discuss with us, with Heuni, or to kind of, have a dialogue, I'm meeting with the KICJ colleagues tomorrow to have a further discussion on trafficking issues. So I'm happy to continue the dialogue, also with my co-panelists, if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aulas, for wrap-up comments. Okay, everybody. Now, actually, we're supposed to close this session at 3 p.m., but now we're 3:10, so I think we're not able to take the questions from the floor. I'm very sorry for that. But you can actually make use of your break time, for asking a question about this issue to Dr. Aulas or to the discussants. So we are going to close the 2 thematic sessions before the break. I would like to thank all the audience and panelists and presenters and participants to be here and to listen to these beautiful presentations and discussions. Thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Han-Gyun Kim, Senior Research Fellow at KICJ, who will moderate the 3rd topic session on cybercrime, and 4th topic of money laundering, and the 5th topic of terrorism. Please welcome him with loud applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone here and online. I'm the chair of the sessions 3 to 5 for today's conference, and I'm very glad to be here to serve as the chair of the sessions. The session has 1 hour each, and unfortunately we have no break between sessions. So let's begin with the session 3 on the topic of cybercrime. And firstly, let me introduce the presenter for this session. Let me see. The presenter for this session on cybercrime will be Professor Douglas Duran Chabaria, the director of the ILANUD, one of the UNPNI institute like KICJ, and Professor Duncan Chabaria lectured at several universities in Latin America and Europe, and has extensive experience in international organizations such as UNODC, UNICEF, UNDP, and UNAPRI. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Douglas Chabaria.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank my esteemed colleagues of the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice, especially President Ha, for the invitation to participate in this wonderful event, which I consider a true honor. My cordial greetings to the discussants, Mr. Ying-Hee Lee and Mr. Hyung-Wook Chun. The purpose of this keynote address is to approach the issue of cybercrime from 2 points of view. First, to characterize it as a growing phenomenon that is undermining and compromising the political, economic, and social stability of countries, constituting a direct threat to the security of governments and the population. And second, exemplifying the ways in which organized cybercrime operates, namely transnational organized crime that relies on technological and cybernetic resources to intensify its activities and maximize its profits. The crimes of trafficking in persons, smuggling of migrants, terrorism, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and money laundering will be addressed based on the approach, conceptualization, and typologies promoted by the United Nations in this area. Later on, and before the end of my participation, I will provide elements to understand cybercrime from the Latin American perspective, relating it to the main problems of organized crime in the region. In this area, in general, it is necessary to take into account as a limitation that verifiable and reliable statistical data on cybercrime are often scarce due to the complexity of gathering figures on crimes that are very difficult to detect. This challenge is due to the fact that criminal groups use technological platforms that seek to guarantee encrypt anonymity through algorithms, thus making it difficult to detect the origin of their activities. Cybercrime is a global problem that does not exempt any country from its effects and scope. It encompasses the so-called computer crimes, known for being illicit activities that facilitate their implementation with the irregular and unlawful use of information and communication technologies in exchange for obtaining an economic or material benefit. These crimes are classified in different typologies, among them the one that categorizes them according to the type of damage caused. For example, cybercrime causing damage to legal entities, such as corporations, companies, and governments, and cybercrime harming individuals. This last category makes it clear that such activities also infringe the security of individuals and not only governmental and corporate spaces. With the rapid development of the internet, the cyberspace has influenced the way in which people communicate and build links, whether through search engines or emails, and recently through social networks and cellular applications. These communication resources have led to a proliferation of users globally, estimated at 4.95 billion interconnected people by 2022, representing approximately 62.5% of the world's population. Users go to these sites to participate in a cyclical and constant exchange of personal data, whether in the form of instant messaging or audiovisual files. These relational scenarios transcend any geographical and time barriers, which is of great benefit to criminal groups that find in cyberspace an ideal platform to operate in an increasingly agile way. Based on the World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report 2023, cybercrime was ranked as the 8th cause of the greatest political, economic, and social destabilization for countries. The business model pursued by criminal groups operating in cyberspace is based on the use of cryptocurrencies as a means of transaction, with Bitcoin being the most widely used worldwide. Irregular payments with cryptocurrencies contribute to criminal activity by providing anonymity at the time of making them, because the movement of money is encrypted and complex to trace, resulting in more profitable and lucrative deals for transnational organized crime. The United Nations has estimated these business models could yield profits in excess of $6 billion per year, also with a high social cost due to the damages and impacts caused. This type of activity is explained by the so-called information vulnerability, which is based on the assumption that the personal data of users are assumed to be an asset with a high economic value. This has been addressed more precisely by two key theories, the routine activity theory and the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, the CIA triad. The first of these theories states that such victimological propensity increases when these criminal groups have a specific incentive or motive, usually money, which is simplified by the overconfidence of users when they upload personal data without the minimal security precautions and filters. In turn, the CIA triad focuses on the analysis of the nature of the information on the web, which could be more easily stolen when highly sensitive information is involved, such as identification numbers, telephone numbers, home and work addresses, email passwords, bank details, among others. In connection with all the above, the United Nations contributes to the analysis of cybercrime with a classification that divides this type of criminality into two categories. First, cyber-dependent crimes, and second, cyber-enabled crimes. The main difference between the two is that cyberspace-dependent crimes can only be committed by means of communication and information technologies, while in the case of cyberspace-facilitated crimes, online resources are another means of operation due to the speed and low cost of stealing personal data, thus facilitating the commercialization of goods and products, thereby strengthening and expanding their illicit markets. Regarding Latin America, it should be noted that this is a region highly affected by organized cybercrime. This type of cybercrime refers to the links between the irregular use of technology and transnational organized crime. These emerging forms of crime focus their implementation on cyber means to minimize the time and financial cost of doing business, making the physical distance between the victim and the offender secondary. The irregular use of technology facilitates the territorial positioning of their networks at the intra-regional level based on the existence of the so-called computer heavens, which are developed from the deep web. In the case of human trafficking, cybercrime has led to a boom in the spread of modern methods of recruiting, buying, selling, and exploiting victims, mainly for sexual exploitation and forced labor. The strategy pursued takes shape as soon as photographs, names, telephone numbers, home addresses, and geolocations are acquired. This material is of great importance to establish a deceptively empathetic communication with certain users of social networks to the point of stripping them of their personal data and extorting them. In the Latin American region, 50% of human trafficking victims are trafficked for sexual exploitation, while 38% are trafficked for labor exploitation, many of which are captured through the use of technological platforms, which gives an idea of the seriousness of this problem. cyber traffickers pursue outrage tactics with their potential victims through two types of methods, phishing and hunting. The first of these, phishing, begins when these groups are using social networks to publish misleading advertisements about supposed job offers or scholarships to study in other countries, among other messages. Hunting, on the other hand, is characterized as a more focused type of recruitment when traffickers have previously selected their victim and activate cyber contact gradually. In the smuggling of migrants, the main link lies in the irregular use of communication applications, for example, social networking and cellular applications. Through them, massive conversations are developed from which they coordinate routes by land, sea, and air. To give us an idea of the magnitude of the problem of smuggling of migrants in Latin America, I will quickly provide you with some data on the subject. For example, that 3 million Latin Americans are trafficked across the southern border of the United States annually, or that 250,000 people were part of mixed migration flows through Central America in 2022. With regard to the importance of these groups in terms of the illicit economy, I will only mention that the fee paid by Latin American migrants when contracting traffickers' services amounts usually to a sum ranging from $2,000 to $10,000. For the management of irregular migratory flows from South America to North America, the technology usually used by traffickers is satellite technology channeled through cellular telephone networks, which avoids the interception of their conversations. On the other hand, payments for traffic services are carried out by means of financial transfers to different parts of the world, made from websites that guarantee a certain degree of anonymity. Another serious problem in the Latin American region is international drug and arms trafficking. In this regard, we have to admit, unfortunately, that the manufacture of cocaine in South America has now more than doubled since 2014. Concerning arms, the Americas is the world region that reported the most seized firearms overall, and firearms are involved far more often in homicides in the Americas than in other parts of the world. For the development of these activities, organized crime groups make widespread use of sites on the deep web. In the case of drug trafficking, these platforms are ideal for the sale of large quantities of illicit substances such as heroin, cocaine, and more recently, opiate drugs such as fentanyl. In terms of arms, many of the weapons offered at these sites are high caliber. This means that the traffickers are selling weapons regulated by the states for exclusive military use. Such regulation does not prevent criminal groups from using them to commit crimes such as hired assassinations, for example. Finally, with regard to money laundering, there has been the concealment of large amounts of money from criminal markets, which is a novel way of making phantom investments in order to justify the origin of their profits and invest them in the so-called tax havens. However, despite these immense challenges, it is important to recognize some regional initiatives considered as good practices in cyber governance. Based on the 2020 Global Cybersecurity Index, Brazil, Mexico, Uruguay, Dominican Republic, Chile, Costa Rica, and Colombia are positioned in the top 7 places with the best regional rating in terms of cybersecurity. In the case of Brazil, the so-called cybersecurity policy was one of the first regional initiatives for the formulation of public policy on cybersecurity and was accompanied by the National Cybersecurity Strategy. Both instruments promoted a type of national defense based on evidence, that is, on the basis of cyber risk monitoring systems that generate specific statistical data from which the type of cybercrime is classified and consequently the appropriate mechanism for its prevention. This type of risk-based intervention has placed Brazil among the countries in the best state capacity for early detection of cybercrime. Mexico, very much in the line with the Brazilian case, has had since 2017 the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which is characterized by assuming this problem as a public interest issue that should be included in the governmental political agenda. Its main contribution refers to the inclusion of the economic and business sector in the processes of dialogue and design of public policies, taking into account that this sector could play a role in the detection and prevention of such crimes. Uruguay plans to make significant progress in the process of digital culture and cyber education by incorporating its public policies a component of citizen training on the proper use of technology and the prevention of cybercrime, particularly those involving the irregular acquisition of personal data. An example of these actions at the political level is the design of the Digital Government Plan 2025, which incorporates among its guiding principles the issue of cybersecurity from an approach that respects human rights and recognizes the social vulnerabilities of the population in the face of this type of emerging criminality. In Chile, the inclusion of cybersecurity at the governmental level is supported by a solid organizational structure led by the Interdepartmental Committee for Cybersecurity. This institutional body is responsible for monitoring and evaluating the goals achieved by the country to safeguard digital security and timely intervention in cyber attacks. Its public management model is a regional benchmark for governmental coordination. Through the work of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Telecommunications, last November, Costa Rica presented its National Cybersecurity Strategy 2023-2027, which is an interesting public policy instrument for the timely and effective response to cyber attacks at governmental, social, and business level. This strategy helps to demystify the view that cybercrime only affects the corporate level. The cybersecurity scenario in Colombia has been accompanied by government interventions aligned to the issue of cyber governance from education and citizen training. This approach is supported by the digital security policy, which Implementation has been complemented by the creation of a computer security incident response team, a risk management model in terms of threat classification and identification of the origin of alleged criminal acts, both national and international. In summary, based on the Latin American experiences I have described, it can be concluded that the region is advancing at a significant pace, mainly in the ratification of international regulatory instruments specialized in the topic of cybersecurity, such as the Budapest Convention. In addition, there are positive experiences regarding the implementation of institutional crisis management mechanisms and the creation of interinstitutional and intersectoral teams with leadership in this area. In terms of public policies and national strategies, countries aim to build targeted preventive actions based on previously mapped cyber risks and compared with regional and global trends in this type of crime. With regard to cyber governance, the region presents challenges, of course, for countries to implement citizen training processes regarding the regular and lawful use of technology, as well as the multiple risks arising from cybercrime, which must be accompanied by preventive actions against social engineering applied by cybercriminals. I would like to end my remarks with some final thoughts on the topic of this panel. The United Nations recognizes that the prevention of cybercrime is a persistent challenge that requires multilateral, political, judicial, and law enforcement action. Such prevention begins by promoting the regular and legal use of technology, which should be implemented through public policies and state action protocols to reduce the rapid growth of these emerging criminal modalities. Following the pronouncements of the United Nations Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice held in Kyoto, Japan, states have been urged to understand cybercrime as a problem that requires coordination and international cooperation. Hence, the importance of ratifying international instruments accompanied by specialized national legislation, which contributes to the standardization and evidentiary requirements when investigating this type of crime and its possible links to transnational organized crime. An example of this is the efforts of the United Nations to draft a convention with global applicability on cybercrime. These legal frameworks are vital to typify these criminal conducts and thus contribute in a balanced way to their prevention, prosecution, and non-impunity, as well as to the protection of victims through legal assistance programs to encourage them to report the crime. These strategies should be promoted through international cooperation of an intersectoral nature, accompanied by actions that encourage the involvement of governmental stakeholders, civil society, and the business sector immersed in the technology market. Another undisputable challenge for the states is the generation of empirical data, which would facilitate the generation of risk analysis, as well as better monitoring of this type of criminality. For the United Nations Latin American Institute for the Prevention of Crime, ILANUD, as a regional agency of the United Nations in the field of crime prevention and criminal justice, it is very important to participate in forums such as this one, which promote a specialized discussion for the proper identification of work paths towards cyber governance based on a human rights approach and that is safe for everyone. This event opens the door to new forms of cooperation in terms of knowledge exchange, experiences in prevention, and surely future training in this area for the various stakeholders involved in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Chabaria. And Director Chabaria has presented on the topic of cybercrime, a global challenge in the context of proliferation of TOC. And I do agree with him that cybercrime is one of the most important causes of destabilization in the world today. So human trafficking, smuggling of migrants, money laundering, terrorism, and armed trafficking in cyberspace will be global challenges. So Director Chabaria proposed the importance of rectifying international instruments such as Budapest Convention, Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime, which the South Korean government is in the process of ratification. So Director Chabaria suggests such international instrument will promote effective action against cybercrime. So for this session, we have two panelists. And please come forward to the podium, Dr. John and Mr. Lee. And let me introduce two panelists for this session. The first panelist is Mr. Lee Jin-hee Lee, prosecutor at the Ministry of Justice. And the second panelist, Dr. John, one of my colleagues at KICJ. So you have about 13 to 15 minutes each. So, Mr. Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. Moderator. I am Prosecutor Jin-hee Lee and Vice Director of the International Criminal Affairs Division in Korean Ministry of Justice. It is my honor to have this opportunity to participate in this session during the 10th International Forum of KCIJ. My division is responsible for mutual legal assistance and extradition matters, as well as cybercrime convention and anti-money laundering and asset recovery matters. For better effective communication, and I will speak and explain my materials in Korean. Please consider wearing a receiver, please.
Thank you, Dr. Chabaria, for your presentation. As you mentioned in your presentation, tackling cyber crimes requires international cooperation like ratifying the Budapest Convention, and we need to promote all the more international cooperation, and I agree with you. So in that regard, Budapest Convention on Cybercrime and UN Convention on Cybercrime is being dealt with in my ministry, and the need for utilizing international cooperation and such matters will be discussed in my comments. As you're well aware, the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime is the world's first and unique international convention on cybercrime, and the important content is in Article 16, the preservation order. The relevant authorities will order the data to be preserved to the computer data managers, and it will be preserved up to 90 days. Even if we are not member to the Budapest Convention, we can ask the court to issue the search warrant, and within maximum 1 to 2 days, the warrant is out. So it didn't require us to use this requirement. So even if we were not party to the Budapest Convention, we complied with this regulation to produce and preserve the data up to 90 days. but sometimes the search warrant could be late, and there was the need to preserve the data on the computers, and there was the need to implement this order. So we are getting ready for this, and I'll talk about this later. The Korean government had produced the letter of intent to join the Budapest Convention in October 2022, and we were invited by the Council of Europe as of February 2023. And every year, General Assembly is held at the Cybercrime Convention Committee, and we attended the committee as an observer. And as the representative of the Ministry of Justice, I attended the General Assembly in June this year, and there was the bilateral between the Secretariat of the Cybercrime Convention Committee, and there was talk about how to become a member to the Budapest Convention going forward. And as was mentioned earlier, the preservation order to be added to the Korean legislation, we are getting ready for that. And we are getting the consensus, and we are coordinating the different positions of relevant agencies and ministries. And I'd like to talk about the UN Cybercrime Treaty. As you're well aware, in December 2019, at the UN General Assembly, initiated by Russia, there was a resolution to come up with a new cybercrime-related treaty to respond to the Budapest Cyber Crime Convention, which was mainly by the Western countries. We were opposed to this, but this went ahead. And so Europe and Korea and other member nations are currently working on this so that there won't be too strong a framework led by Russia and the Soviet Union. And we don't want the treaty to repress the freedom of expression. So the wording has been revised a lot. There have been 6 ad hoc committees held, and we have the draft. And there's going to be the last ad hoc committee held in January 2024, where the final decision will be made. And our team also participated in this effort, and we have voiced the position of the Korean government, and we did propose alternatives to the wording of the draft. And in 2001, the Budapest Convention was made, and it was ratified in 2004, and it went into effect. It has been in effect for 20 years. But there's the issue of not, being up to date. So there's talk of writing up the second additional protocol to the Budapest Convention. This was passed at the Council of Europe. And as for the second additional protocol, it makes the request to provide information to the internet service provider. So that is the main content. And the other country, the responding country, can also receive the information. So the requesting country's request for information is accepted the legal force. And now I'd like to talk about some issues related to cybercrime. The Supreme Prosecutor's Office in Korea does take the matter into hand about the integrity of the evidence if it is in the electronic form. And as for the electronic evidence, there's the request for a search warrant, and there are some issues in the execution, and the evidence may not be admissible. So throughout the process, there needs to be a legal review of whether the electronic evidence is valid. And in cybercrime, there's a lot of international cooperation, and looking at the vulnerability of the data leakage, we have to take this matter gravely. In drafting the UN Cybercrime Treaty, we did ask for the safeguard so that privacy can be protected and there will not be unnecessary and excessive data leakage, and there should be some protection in place. And as you're well aware, Google, Telegram are used, and it is operated by Naver, but the server lies in Japan. The Line Messenger, the Messenger app, we asked the Japanese authority to cooperate in producing information. So we do need cooperation in criminal justice field. And so we could have joint investigation with the foreign counterparts, and we will have collaboration, and there needs to be legal review of such collaboration, and there's request for legal information and extradition of the suspects and criminals, and so legal experts must participate in these joint efforts. And as was mentioned in the presentation, the technologies of cybercrimes have become more mature, so we need to be more proactive. In the case of the US, Operation Medusa was operated so that the federal prosecutor could use the search warrant and eliminate malware by accessing the computer remotely that had been infected by malware. And in the Netherlands, the law enforcement agencies have the hacking power, and they can access certain computer systems remotely, and they can identify certain computer users or have the data be logged. So they're being very proactive against cybercrimes and threats. There needs to be timely securing of cybercrime evidence because electronic evidence are very volatile. It's very difficult to locate and identify such electronic evidence. So in official and unofficial cooperation and utilizing the international network will be effective in dealing with cybercrime. There needs to be joint investigative efforts. And as was just mentioned, the IT technology is always ahead of us. So as to not fall behind, we need to be more proactive so that we can tackle the cybercrimes more effectively and in a speedy manner. So with this, I'd like to end my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for sharing valuable information on the South Korean government policies on cybercrime issues. So now the next panelist is Dr. Chun at KICJ. You have 10 minutes.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Chun Hyun-wook of KICJ. I would like to take this opportunity to mention what an honor it is for me to become a discussant at the 10th International Forum. The first forum was hosted in 2014. I was one of the staff working outside in the lobby, and I can see that we have continued the forum for 10 years, and so it brings back many memories. Director Chabaria talked about the severity of cybercrime as well as the importance of responding to cybercrime. Thank you very much for your presentation. He did emphasize prevention, and so the fact that prevention is very important is something that I also relate to as a discussant. So I would like to mention that I am in full agreement with the fact that prevention is important. Dr. Chiveria talked about Latin America, and he showed his great insight into cybercrime in Latin America. I do believe that, including myself, many Koreans here today are unfamiliar with the Latin American situation. And so Latin America is an area that is unfamiliar to us, but nevertheless, in the area of cybercrime, we can see that we face the same challenges anywhere around the world. And so, although Latin America may not be a familiar continent to us, the cybercrime issues are the same. For example, using dark web and cryptocurrency for drug trafficking has been a very important issue in the Korean society recently as well. So having listened to the Latin American situation, it was a great opportunity for us to reflect upon the Korean situation. I believe that everyone probably has similar thoughts. Cyber crimes have been in the limelight for a very long time already, and discussions on solutions have been ongoing. As you're well aware, the Budapest Convention was adopted already 20 years ago. And so response to cybercrime, it feels like something from the far past and at the same time something into the far future. Many discussions have already taken place, but it seems that we have not been able to come up with any solutions that can deal with the problem at hand. So on a personal note, I do believe that we need to probably change the paradigm of criminology, in particular because of the IT technology that is being used for cybercrime has already changed much of our society, including crime. And so I do believe that as long as IT has changed the society, it's also changing cybercrime. So in Korea, we are based on continental laws, and we need to leave it up to the courts to make decisions on cybercrimes in order for us to know the details of cybercrimes. And although in the Korean law, we only allow evidence-based court cases in Korea, but it seems that we are coming up with practices based on previous judgments. And so it seems that we may actually be moving towards a case law for just the area of cybercrime. And so on a personal note, I think we may need to change the paradigm of criminal law, but I do believe that we will need further discussions and researches from many experts, including myself, related to this topic. And so I would now like to go into my discussion. So we have already heard from Prosecutor Lee, so I will not be repeating what he has mentioned related to the Budapest Convention. As Dr. Chabaria has mentioned, IT technologies are being used in cyberspace by transnational organized crime. That translates into the need for international collaboration against cybercrime. But as you're well aware, due to economic gaps, cultural gaps, institutional gaps, or other gaps, it seems that most of the investigations are unilateral. It seems that the source of the crime and the victim of the crime are in different countries, and these seem to be a fixed paradigm. And so there are some countries that always ask for cooperation in investigations, and there are some countries that are already always being asked to cooperate for investigations. In particular, for Korea, for drug trafficking in cyberspace, we are always asking for the cooperation of countries in Southeast Asia. But as you're well aware, investigation is related to sovereignty. And if there is always unilateral request for cooperation for investigations, then it may mean that certain countries are always in the position to accept requests from other countries. And so it may lead to situations where certain countries always have to give up their cooperation, and that may actually endanger the international cooperation and hinder collaborative relations. And so, concerning the Budapest Convention, in the process of joining the convention and establishing international norms, then there could be differences of opinion. Of course, through the UN, we are moving in the direction of improving the Budapest Convention, but even if a certain country joins the convention, it's a completely different issue of whether the convention is actually used on site in the country for investigations. That will only be possible with the close collaboration of the people on the ground. And so, I do hope that we need to come up with mechanisms for international cooperation. I am also pondering over what mechanisms would be possible. I would like to listen to Dr. Treveria's opinion on mechanisms to enable international cooperation. Cybercrime is an area where immediate real-time investigations are important in order to secure evidence. And wiretapping would be one way. But real-time investigation means that planning is quite difficult, and it also may violate basic rights. And so tap wiring is only possible for severe crimes, but for cybercrime, we have an exception where such investigations should be made possible. Of course, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we can ask for cooperation in investigations, but in order to have cooperation for investigations, the time it takes to have that approval takes a long time, which means that it's very difficult to use for cybercrime. And so for cybercrime, we need to lean on informal channels of cooperation between law enforcement organizations. And this actually is related to the sovereignty of individual states and their law enforcement agencies. And so some countries may always be asking for cooperation, and some countries may always be accepting that request. But if we take a look at Latin America, Dr. Charavia talked about various situations in Latin America, but in Korea, we are surrounded by North Korea, China, and Russia. And so cooperation with our immediate neighbors may be quite difficult for us. And so we could solve this issue through a convention, but cooperating with North Korea based on conventions is very difficult to picture for us. So we are not looking for solutions, but if you could share with us any insights as a renowned scholar in this field, we look forward to your advice. IT technology in cyberspace can become a tool for crime groups, but it can also be a tool for the investigators. And so, if the investigators can leverage advanced technologies, that would help their investigations. And so we do need to advance our legal structure for enabling the investigators to leverage these tools. If the investigators are given more tools to use, it could lead to infringements on basic rights, and this issue is being raised by civic societies. And so, at the same time of opening the way for investigators to leverage our new technologies, we also need to have controls in place so that it does not infringe on human rights. And so finding that fine balance is very important in investigating cybercrimes. Well, in the case of Korea, we do have a warrant system that balances out the laws related to law enforcement agencies, but with the new amendment in the law, warrants can be ex posto for cybercrimes, and so more rights are given to investigators, but we need to find a way for us to balance the rights of the investigators and the rights of the citizens. So if there is any insight that you can share from Latin America, it would be very helpful. KICJ, just like ILANUD in Latin America, is working on various aspects of criminology and justice in Korea, and any advice that we can share through this international forum will certainly contribute to criminology researches in Korea. And so we look forward to Dr. Charavia's insights and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. John. Dr. John pointed out the necessity of changing legal and policy paradigm in cybercrime issues. And I think there are two questions for the presentation. One is about how to promote mutual legal assistance or regional and international cooperation in cybercrime investigation. And the other question is about how to keep balance between human rights protection and the effectiveness of cybercrime investigation. So we have about 3 to 4 minutes left, but please make comments on the questions, please.
Thank you very much for your important remarks. Concerning the investigation and the sharing of information between countries, for example, I can tell you the experience in Latin America of the creation of a treaty of exchange of information between states. That has taken many years, but it was developed in the context of the Conference of Ministers of Justice of Latin America. And this was a very interesting experience that began with contacts between the Ministers of Justice of Latin America and Spain and Portugal, I remember now. And during some years they discussed, they have discussions about how to facilitate this exchange of information. And this is not concerning only cybercrime, but all kinds of crimes. After some years, the aim of having this instrument, this is an international instrument, has been very good. They signed this treaty some 1.5 years ago or something like that, and this has facilitated a lot the concrete exchange of information concerning any kind of crime in the Latin American countries. So now there is a specific procedure to have these demands of information to some other countries by the national prosecutor, for example, and this exchange of information is made according to this treaty. So this is not only a legal instrument, but they created also a platform of exchange of official information. This is, as you said, I understand that this is a different context, that the context that Korea has now, geopolitically now. But this is, I found that this is a good experience in Latin America that could be exposed and exchanged with some other regions. And concerning the, what was the other question? Well, there will be always a difficult situation trying to have this balanced approach of improving in the investigation of this kind of crimes, cyber crimes, and the approach of human rights. I think this has to take some time to think about it. We have to think about the effectiveness of the system, but at the same time we can't forget how human rights have to be respected. So I think there is a lot of things to think about. There is a lot of reflection to do so in this field, but I think the human rights are very important, and we can't forget this important thing of human rights. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. As a chair, it's my duty to close this session on time, so I'd like to stop here, and I'd like to thank you again, Director Chabaria, Mr. Lee, and Dr. Jun. Thank you. Now it's 4:30. It's time to move to the next session. The next session 4 is about money laundering and asset recovery. And for this session, we invited President Peter German of ICCLR, and President German will give his own presentation for this session. And let me briefly introduce Dr. German. Dr. German is a member of Ontario and British Columbia bars, and also the author of 2 dirty money reports commissioned by the Attorney General of British Columbia, Canada. And President German will give on the topic of money laundering, and will review some countermeasures against money laundering syndicates. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President German.
Well, good afternoon. I'm so very pleased to be here once again in Korea with KICJ. This time it was KIC the last time. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. I want to thank President Ha for his hospitality and for his team putting together such an excellent conference. And I'd like to especially thank the translators who are doing an amazing job, and also the technical team, and also all the staff outside and inside that make this work. Jaeon, thank you for helping me out. So it's really been a pleasure. I've been to Korea a few times. Canada and Korea have a strong connection with each other. Canada was a combatant during the Korean War. A lot of Canadians died in Korea during that war. I've had the opportunity to visit the U.S. Forward Operating Base at Camp Casey, and also the Joint Security Zone in Panmunjom. Korea is an amazing, amazing country, and I realize there are so many challenges that you deal with every day and every year, and you do it so well. We really consider ourselves to be fast friends of Korea. I'd also like to say hello to my PNI colleagues. We see each other in different parts of the world, and it's always nice to see them here. Canada has its issues, and as I've been listening to some of the presentations, I can't help but think about how they relate to us. Canada legalized cannabis a couple of years ago, so we are going through that experience right now that Portugal has gone through, and you heard Rick from Australia talk about. It's definitely not entirely clear-cut. We now have organized crime competing with the federal government for market share in terms of cannabis, who produces the best product, the cheapest product, and the fastest product. Unfortunately, Canada, not only are we a drug-consuming country, such as our friends to the south, the United States, but we're also a drug-producing country in terms of cannabis, but also methamphetamine. So we've got a lot of things to be concerned about. I also really enjoyed hearing from my U.S. colleague in terms of a lot of the challenges that they have, but also what they're doing about it. And that's what I would like to talk about today. I'm just really going to summarize a number of issues that you have already heard in terms of money laundering, but I'm also going to talk about a phenomena that we see developing around the world with respect to dirty money. So it's no surprise that organized crime is transnational. It's now composed of a lot of loose alliances. So you have organized crime groups in different countries that are working together in alliances for a particular period of time, a particular commodity. Increasingly, as you've heard today, organized crime does not concern itself with the type of drug or the type of crime it's involved in. It's all about the money. We're also finding, and I live in Vancouver, which is really on the Pacific coast of Canada. So we look at Asia. We consider ourselves to be an Asian city in many respects. Most of our trade goes to Asia, and most of what we receive comes from Asia. So between Asia and the United States, those are our two big trading areas. We see a lot of mixture of legal and illegal enterprises, and we also see shipments arriving in our country that are legal shipments, let's say in containers on ships or in the mail, but it also may contain some illegal product. And another factor in organized crime that we're finding is that it is increasingly non-violent. Organized crime and crime will always have a certain amount of violence on the street, but violence is not good for business if you're in organized crime. And internationally, the large criminal organizations try to avoid violence wherever possible. We're also seeing that in addition to alliances, that organized crime is increasingly networked rather than hierarchical. So the old idea of the Italian mob, and you have soldiers at the bottom and capos and the godfathers, that's sort of giving way in many ways to more of a networked arrangement in organized crime groups. They're using corporations. They are forming and reforming depending on the circumstances. They're all involved with money, and that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit more. And in many parts of the world, organized crime is quite closely connected to national security issues. For example, Hezbollah, funding of terrorist organizations. Hamas has been sanctioned in many countries, including ours. And you do see a connection between organized crime working with these organizations. So commodities, organized crime gets involved in every type of commodity available, multiple types of drugs, human trafficking, counterfeit goods. We haven't talked about yet today, but counterfeit goods are huge when you think about what is produced in, let's say, China and other countries, and then moves to around the world. Environmental crimes, the traffic in animals and animal products. So there's so much out there. When it comes to the money, not organized crime, but also the money, there are no rule books. Things are constantly evolving. The important thing is to stay ahead of the authorities, the police and law enforcement. The use of innocent people or quasi-innocent people as nominees is very common, particularly when moving money. We see transactions that are structured to avoid changes in government legislation. Corruption, if you can corrupt officials, that's the easiest way to get work done. So corruption has a very close connection to organized crime. If a country is quite corrupt, chances are there will be a lot of organized crime as well. And it's always important when you're involved in organized crime to have some sort of a cover story and some form of legitimacy so that you don't stand out to law enforcement. I think this is all pretty standard stuff that we know about. We've very briefly talked in one of the presentations, spoke to the issue of facilitators. And I think the figure I heard was 30% of organized crime cases or drug cases involve professional facilitators. It's certainly a huge issue. When we're talking about complex financial flows, illicit financial flows, you almost always need a lawyer, an accountant, or a company formation agent involved because you have to create companies, you have to create or structure transactions. And also, professionals in most countries have the ability to help you if they want to or if they are willfully blind. For example, in many countries, lawyers have what are referred to as trust accounts, and oftentimes those trust accounts cannot be seen by government authorities. They are protected by solicitor-client or lawyer privilege. And so if you can get a hold of a corrupt lawyer as an organized crime or a money trafficker, you've hit a bonanza, as we would say. This is somebody that can really help you in terms of moving money. Important thing, of course, for business is to know your customer, and for lawyers and accountants, know who you're dealing with. So, I often talk to people of my generation who studied criminology maybe 30, 40 years ago, and I tell them, forget what you read in criminology class because it doesn't apply anymore. When we talk about, again, traditional hierarchical organized crime, yes, it's still there, but it has evolved so far from the crime that we talked about in universities 30 or 40 years ago. And the Italian mob is an example of that. It doesn't operate the way it used to. It never used to touch drugs. It was very much a family-oriented operation. So there's been a lot of change in the environment. But when it comes to money, I personally think that things really started to change with the Colombian cartels. Because the Colombian cartels did something that was fairly unique, and yes, the Italian mob had done it as well, but the Colombians became very expert at having a bifurcated, so two parallel systems. They had the commodity, the drugs, being trafficked by half of the organization, and the money being moved, the proceeds of crime being moved by another side of the organization. And oftentimes it was only the person at the top who knew what was really taking place. If you were a player in the organized crime group, you were involved, for example, in transporting the drugs. You were not involved in transporting the money. So a very bifurcated system. And we also see that in Mexico, to which our friend Jason from the United States spoke, where you have the experts dealing with the money while others deal with the drugs. but now money moves much faster than it ever has before, thanks to the internet. I refer to it as money on steroids, because money can travel around the world very quickly. And that requires expertise. So we now talk about this term, illicit financial flows around the country, around the world. And we're seeing the emergence of what have been referred to, and this isn't from me, this is others have been talking for some time now about global money laundering organizations. So in English, the abbreviation is GMLO. Now, these global money laundering organizations specialize in money laundering. They're not drug organizations. They don't deal with human trafficking. They specialize in the money. And they basically are a service provider to organized crime. So we've moved, I guess this isn't a move in a good way, but it's just a reflection of the times that we live in, that the expertise required is such that you now have this specialization within organized crime that deals with the money. And so they're essentially independent entities, and they tend to operate in many cases through different financial hubs. Hong Kong has traditionally been one of those hubs, but things are changing, as we know, in Hong Kong. Whether the illegal business that used to go through Hong Kong will continue or move to Singapore along with a lot of legitimate business, we don't know. But we do know that Dubai tends to be a real international hub for illegal money, as is the city of London. London, England is often referred to as the hub for illegality in Europe, just because they have a very strong financial system and the ability to move money around the world very quickly, plus all the expertise you can imagine. So these global money laundering organizations really require excellent communications, and now that's possible through encryption and different, specialized satellite communications and so forth. Underground bankers, referred to as informal value transfer, is commonplace, as I'm sure everybody in this room knows, and has been around for centuries in many countries, China, India, and so forth. Oftentimes, underground banking provides a useful service in countries that are underserviced by legitimate financial institutions. But the thing about the informal value transfer is that there is no government regulation of it. So it is the local store, the local business that has a little bit of a side office or a side business that deals with moving money. And they do it cheaply, and they do it quickly, and the money does not physically move. It's just an email, a phone call, a WeChat message, or something like that between friends who will balance the books every few months or every year or whatever. So the underground banking, informal value transfer is very common, and it's taking place around the world. And now we also have cryptocurrency. As cryptocurrency has evolved, the view, I think, is that there are ways to deal with cryptocurrency. From the criminal use of cryptocurrency, it tends to be at the entrance point and the exit point. Somehow the money has to get into crypto, and somehow the money has to come out. So those tend to be, two weak areas. But there is, certainly growing knowledge of how the transactions actually work within the crypto world itself, within the exchanges. But cryptocurrency is certainly an aspect of GMLOs that is being exploited, as is trade-based money laundering. Some people say that trade-based money laundering is the most prevalent form of money laundering in the world, and it may be. It's just very hard to tell, but really the under-invoicing and the over-invoicing of goods, as well as other scams involving commercial products traveling around the world. So GMLOs, these organizations, specialize in these various different ways of moving money. So in terms of communications, they've got the communications, they know who the informal bankers are. They are themselves probably informal bankers, and they know how to operate cryptocurrency. They know how trade-based money laundering works. And so if you're involved in drug trafficking, you don't have to learn all of that. You just have to hire one of these companies. And this is a little hard to read, but you've got it in your booklet. The global money laundering organizations really have acquired there's a terminology, a vocabulary that is now coming into use to describe how they operate. Some refer to international controller networks. So you have these organizations, you have controllers who are contacted by organized crime groups and are basically, their services are contracted. You have some of these organizations that will actually work within your organized crime group to help you learn how to move money. Others will simply do it for you. So there's a whole plethora of different roles. There's brokers, there are what are referred to as fixers and facilitators and collectors, and you can just imagine what those different roles do. Collectors, they're collecting the money. Brokers are brokering money, moving money. So it's an aspect of money laundering that is emerging. You're going to hear more about it. And for example, when you see on slides financial crime, it's always difficult to know if that includes money laundering or not. And increasingly, I think what you'll find is that financial crimes are viewed as like fraud and so forth, where the financial crime is actually the commodity, whereas money laundering is something different. All commodities that are trafficked by organized crime give rise to money. So all organized crime groups have to move the money, and it doesn't matter what commodity they're involved in. So even if they're involved in financial crime, they still have to launder the product of that financial crime. There are lots of cases out there. If you were to just start Googling or Googling global money laundering organizations or organizations that specialize in moving money, I just made note of a few examples right off the internet in Canada, the US and Mexico, Interpol, and globally. And these are all articles involving specialized organizations. We just don't have time. I've got 20 minutes here, so I'm probably getting close to that already. But this is an example from one of the reports that I wrote of cash flow through the informal value transfer system between Canada and China involving casinos in Vancouver. We had a real problem in our casinos a few years ago with boxes and boxes of cash arriving. And in many cases, it was dirty money, but it was also money that was moving out of China and other countries where there are restrictions on the movement of capital. And this money was all coming into our casinos, and how that was taking place, it's all described in the reports, but this is one of our police diagrams that just shows the complexity of an informal value transfer system. This is not simple stuff. So if you've grown up as a local drug trafficker and all of a sudden you're a big international drug trafficker, you still may not know how to move the money. And that's why you need these specialized organizations. So what's, internationally, what is taking place? Well, again, everyone in this room is familiar with the three big UN conventions. We've got Vienna for drugs, where we started talking about proceeds of crime. We have UNTOC, the UN Convention Against Organized Crime in 2000, and then 20 years ago, UNCAC, dealing with corruption. And I had the honor to be part of our negotiating team from Canada for a few of those sessions in 2003. But now we've heard today about cybercrime, will probably be the fourth big UN convention dealing with a criminal topic. But, you know, the whole environment has changed. So, you know, if you go back to I think that's actually supposed to be 1980? Yeah, 88 with the UN Convention in Vienna for drugs, and 2000 for UNCTAD. That's a long time ago already, and so much has changed. So these conventions really have to do a lot. They have to evolve over time. Some of them are doing better at that than others, and some countries are doing better. So really, I'll just close off by saying that in order to combat these global money laundering organizations, which I suggest are out there now and are developing, and you will see and hear more of, we really need, as we've discussed already today, national and international strategies in terms of how to go after these illicit financial flows. And that requires not only cooperation, MLATs and so forth, but coordination. The last time I spoke here at KIC at a conference pre-COVID, I talked about the need for international controllers to, you know, one country or one international organization to coordinate the battle against a transnational organized crime group, because it's no good to have just, you know, Canada or just the United States or just Korea trying to deal with one of these organizations. You have to work collaboratively. And my suggestion was it would be great if there was, you know, someone either at UNODC, case managers that coordinated these efforts internationally. And there actually have been a few discussions along those lines. We do have Interpol and we do have UNODC, so possibilities are out there. I think the most important thing is that we have to think globally. And if you look around this room, this is a global conference, and we're talking about topics. We're coming from different countries all over the world, and we're all talking about some very common themes. That is so important, because that's exactly what we're dealing with. We're dealing with global threats. They're not local threats, although they impact on us locally. You know, currently, our laws are state-oriented, right? The laws in Canada are different from the laws in Korea, are different from the laws in the United States, different from Costa Rica, and so forth. So we have to think outside of our own legal systems and how to effectively deal with TOC, but also these global money laundering organizations. And yes, I'm with iClear, and we also have what's referred to as the Vancouver Anti-Corruption Institute. And so we attempt in our own little way to deal with these issues, and you can find us online, our websites, and so forth. So thank you very much, and again, it's such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, President German, for your excellent presentation. I'm impressed by your word, the term GMLO you mentioned. So my understanding is it's a kind of banking system for transnational crime organization, maybe, yes. So Dr. German emphasized the importance of coordination and cooperation in international level. So as you mentioned, I agree with you that the fourth UN convention must be on cybercrime, right? Okay, so for this session, we have two panelists. The first panelist is Prosecutor Hyung-Seok Shim. Mr. Shim is now legal advisor to Korean Communications Commission. And the second panelist is one of my colleagues at KIC, Dr. Seok-gu Kang. Please come forward to the podium. So you two have about 30 minutes for each. So, sorry? No, 13 to 50 minutes. Sorry. So, Mr. Shim, please, you have the floor.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Shim Young-seok. I'm a discussant for this fourth session. Thank you very much to Dr. Peter German for your presentation. It was very impressive. During money laundering, legal experts such as accountants and attorneys are often involved, and there are legal mechanisms that are used for money laundering, and that was very interesting to listen to. Well, as someone who works in asset recovery, I would like to share with you some difficulties that I have had as a practitioner, and also I hope to listen to opinions on how to overcome these challenges related to GLMO. Well, we don't have large-scale cases, but we have similar cases in Korea, which I would like to share with you. And I would like to listen to the opinions of Dr. German concerning GLMO as well. Related to GMLO, well, when I try to purchase something from illegal sites, so when someone tries to purchase something from illegal sites, in order to make payments for that illegal site, in the beginning, you would just use your account to send money to the account of the criminal. But when that happened, the criminal could be easily found because investigators would just search the account owner. And so that is why they started to use accounts in other people's names. And then the investigators cracked down on people using bank accounts in other people's name. So now it's very difficult to make a bank account in someone else's name. And so that is why the criminals have moved on to cryptocurrency. That is why GMLOs have come into the scene in Korea. So for example, if someone tries to make a payment to an illegal site, they would ask the illegal site, how would you like to receive your payment? And they would say, send the money using certain cryptocurrency. But there are so many different types of cryptocurrency. Bitcoin and Ethereum are very famous cryptocurrencies, but there are also not so famous cryptocurrencies on the market. And so these criminals, they would ask for payments in cryptocurrency that's very difficult to purchase in Korea. So how do we send that money? You would ask the criminal, and the criminal would introduce you to mediators, and you would contact the mediators to send the money to this criminal. And so that's how you would make the payment for illegal gambling or any forms of crime. And so the mediators would accept the money in cash, and then the mediators would use that money to purchase cryptocurrency overseas to send the cryptocurrency to the criminals. So that is the basic structure in Korea. So as investigators, then we could have a warrant against cryptocurrency companies, and they would just say, we didn't know that the money would go to illegal gambling sites or other illicit sites. So the criminals, they are probably overseas. You would not know who they are. It's very difficult to identify them. And so, unless you have actual physical evidence, it's very difficult to hold them accountable. So this may be an important issue for which we need solutions. But As a prosecutor, if we don't have evidence, then we cannot prosecute them. So that is one challenge that we are faced with. The second challenge that I would like to share is challenges related to asset recovery. So in seizing assets overseas and conducting asset recovery is very difficult. This is something that has come up already, but let me talk about this issue. Assets made from illegal activities are hidden around the world, whether it's through voice phishing or any other areas, for example, stealing cryptocurrency. A lot of the cybercrime is leading to illegal flow of money, and sometimes these financial flows are overseas or across borders, and it's very difficult to do asset recovery. So money these days flows over national boundaries, and it's very difficult to see who actually owns these assets. There could be various different reasons, but there are three things that I would like to talk about. First, it's very difficult to trace these assets. I talked about GMLOs, and so if you use a mediator outside Korea, then you would see cryptocurrency flowing across borders, and that would be difficult to trace. And even if you trace and identify, it's very difficult to do asset recovery, even in that case. Second, if you try to freeze these assets, then it would take a very long time. Of course, it's better now compared to the past, but freezing and recovering assets is very difficult. And third, this is because of the difference in different jurisdictions. As I mentioned before, we need to trace these assets, and it's very difficult to identify who the final owner of these assets are. So we participate in the Asia-Pacific Asset Recovery Network, and these networks help us save time on freezing and recovering assets. But even now, because there are so many victims, it's very difficult to do asset recovery to compensate these victims. For example, there's one case that I investigated. There was identity theft that led to hundreds of millions of won in cryptocurrency theft. So this person actually had their ID and PIN number on their notebook, on their PCs, and that PC was stolen. And so with identity theft came theft of cryptocurrency, and we traced this, and we could see cryptocurrency moving from Hong Kong to US and dozens of other territories. In that case, as an investigator like myself, it's very difficult to identify these people and also to identify what kind of crimes that they are related to. But this is very difficult when these assets cross borders. Of course, there are instances where we were able to identify, and by issuing warrants, we were able to identify some of the people. But even if we identify the name under which the cryptocurrency is moving, it's very difficult to see if the person with that name is the actual owner of these assets. And so traceability is very difficult. And so in money laundering, asset recovery is one of the biggest issues. Second, as you're well aware, even if you find these assets, freezing and recovering assets take a long time and a lot of efforts. So sometimes these criminals are overseas, and sometimes they have already taken all of their assets overseas. And so we do need to ask for the judicial collaboration of the counterparts, but sometimes it's very difficult, and it does take a lot of time and effort to freeze these assets. One of the cases that I was in charge of, the criminal was overseas, and this particular person actually had an illicit site for sex trafficking, and this person purchased real estate and cars, and even owned a bank account overseas using the assets that he or she earned from these illicit activities. Collaborating with other jurisdictions always take a long time, and so we were not able to recover the assets during the time that I was working on this case. Because different jurisdictions have different laws, sometimes it's very difficult to collaborate across jurisdictions. Some of the criminals escape to other countries, and they usually escape to countries where we do not have treaties for jurisdictional cooperation. For example, if you operate sites to provide sexual services or illegal gambling sites, then the punishment is quite strict in Korea, but in some countries, the punishment is not enacted as a law. And so they believe that these are issues that are personal. And so that really is a cultural difference. But if the criminal chooses that particular country to escape to, it's very difficult to hold that individual accountable. Having said that, I would like to listen to Dr. German's opinions concerning the following issue. So there are many difficulties related to money laundering and asset recovery, and at times we see that legitimate accountants or attorneys participate in these money laundering activities, and there is a big issue of traceability. And so, concerning the difficulties of money laundering and asset recovery, what are some of the possible solutions? So I just wanted to share these challenges with you, to listen to your precious opinions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shim. I think Mr. Shim helped us to understand further about how difficult asset recovery is in practice, especially in the case of cryptocurrencies. Thank you. And next panelist is Dr. Kang at KICJIF. You have the floor.
Hello, I am with KICJ and I am Kang Seok-gu. I'm not very eloquent, so I will be reading my prepared notes rather slowly. Dr. Peter German, President of ICCLR, was quite meaningful. I was deeply touched because I myself is a researcher of the topic of money laundering. And I would like to briefly introduce myself. In 2004, I served as a specialist commissioner at the Ministry of Justice and was an advocate for introducing a fund system creating sort of a fund for recovered criminal proceeds. And for almost 20 years, since 2005, I have been conducting research at the KICJ on topics such as the illegal fund tracking system, freezing of funds related to violent organizations, the illegal underground economy operated by organized crime groups, illegal gambling, improvements to the penalty enforcement system, disruptions in the real estate market. So for 20 years, I have been engaged in research on money laundering. And so in 2017, I proposed the quote and unquote 5-stage criminal proceeds recovery system, which involves the 5 steps of tracking, freezing, deprivation, recovery, and restoration of criminal proceeds. The second stage, freezing, and the 4th stage, recovery. In order to operate these 2 steps, I propose that a fund be installed and proposed setting up a dedicated body for the execution. The first research I did was on tracking. So I put a lot of weight on the tracking stage. So regarding the first stage of tracking financial transaction, as was mentioned by Dr. German, the point of contact is when cash is, when cash changes hands. So I call that the counter. So the first principle was guard the counter of financial institutions no matter what. And the second principle was, there are many facilitators and brokers and accomplices within this ecosystem. So the second principle was break the trust and bonds among the accomplices. And third is capture the handoff moment. In the process of money laundering, money changes hands, so you need to go after that moment when the money changes hand. And fourth, expand the scope of financial control. And fifth principle is minimize exceptions. And sixth principle is share the collected and analyzed information with domestic and foreign investigators. And seventh, record and preserve all related financial transactions. So these were the 7 principles that I had proposed. And I find it very encouraging that my suggestions are very much aligned with Dr. German's presentation. So with these principles, I had proposed these principles 7 years ago. But we have AI, dark web, virtual assets, and financial institutions and companies of unknown nationalities that are engaged in money laundering. The times have changed and they have evolved. And so it's very difficult to respond to these sophisticated practices of money laundering. Korea has its own anti-money laundering system, but that's only suitable for the 20th century. I think that's the level we're at. International cooperation-wise, or in introducing and discussing a potential new system, I think what we need to do first is to fix the existing system so that we meet the global standard. So in that regard, I would like to pose this question to Dr. German. Improvement or reform of the current anti-money laundering system in Korea. I have 2 questions. I would like your opinion and feedback on these two issues. There's the FIU, or the Financial Intelligence Unit. I think they're doing a very important job. In Korea, money laundering is very prevalent, but if it has to do with financial transactions, then it's the Korean FIU that takes charge. And if it's about gambling, then another institution, Committee for Gambling Industries, takes charge. If money laundering is done through real estate, then it's the Korea Real Estate Institute. And if it's forex and precious metals that are used for money laundering, then it's the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And if it's foreign trade, then it's Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. And for so the law enforcement agencies vary depending on how the money is laundered. But in Korea, FIU is under the Financial Services Commission, which is a financial supervisory body, and it only deals with financial transaction-related money laundering, and it cannot answer to other types of money laundering. So, in your view, do you think it's appropriate for the FIU to be under the Financial Supervisor Authority as in Korea, or should it be an independent body like in the US? And secondly, I advocated for the establishment of an enforcement agency or a fund system because not all recovered proceeds can be disposed of. If they're in the form of houses, buildings, factories, and ships, then they need to be managed before they're disposed of. And money laundering is done through crypto assets and virtual assets these days. And as was mentioned by Prosecutor Shim, it's very difficult to track, freeze, and recover from the virtual assets. And another characteristic of virtual assets is the value fluctuates significantly. So even if we do confiscate the virtual assets, depending on the circumstances, instead of disposing them immediately, the value may be too low. So maybe we should wait a while for the value to recover and then dispose of those virtual assets. And I think that function can be conducted by the fund or an enforcement agency that I had advocated. And so in your view, what do you think is the best way to deal with, manage, and dispose of the confiscated virtual assets? Who should manage and how should it be dealt with? So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kang. As an expert on this topic, Dr. Kang shares his own research ideas on this topic. Thank you. And I think there are two main questions from the two panelists. One is about the difficulties of ever more being complicated crimes of money laundering. And another question is about the governance of financial intelligence unit in South Korean system, and also how to control the confiscated virtual currencies. So do you have any good ideas on these topics?
Ideas or not, I've got lots to say, so I'll be very brief, though. I first want to thank both interveners. Thank you for your comments. They were excellent. As a former prosecutor myself, I fully realize this is not easy. And I think we recognize that. When it comes to money laundering cases, countries around the world have great difficulty prosecuting people for money laundering because we have to show intention or at least willful blindness, so it is very difficult. My friend mentioned the case of an informal value transfer system where the money is moved into cryptocurrency in another country. Well, the money isn't moved. There's a phone call made and cryptocurrency is purchased. Interestingly, in Southeast Asia, at least one organized crime syndicate is actually producing its own cryptocurrency now. So, you know, this is a real live way of GMLOs moving money. And I think what we are agreed on is that this is an international problem. It crosses borders, and that's why we need this international approach. In terms of, and I realize we don't have much time, but in response to the comments from my friend at KICJ, those are really excellent points. In terms of the FIU, FinCEN in the United States, AUSTRAC in Australia, FinTrack in Canada, very similar in terms of their structure. Ours, FinTrack, operates within the federal government. It is I think it's safe to say, a separate operating corporation within the government. So it is aligned to our Ministry of Finance, but it deals with suspicious transactions and transactions coming from all the different sectors, not simply the financial sector. So from real estate, from even government itself, where it has to report, from all sectors. The problems that we have with our FIU are different. Our problems tend to be the fact that it's quite independent of the police, and we look at the American model where the police, and the British model where the police are very much involved in the FIU as a good thing. And we have privacy issues that make that difficult. But I do think you need that one FIU that can manage and has that expertise dealing with not only understanding crime, but receiving the transaction reports. The other question related to managing seized assets. And that is a big issue. And when you're talking about managing virtual assets or any assets that can depreciate over time, it could be foodstuffs that are seized, you know, a shipment of food, or we had at one point a ski business, a ski hill that was seized. How do you operate a ski hill if you're the police? So we have what's called the Seized Property Management Group, and their responsibility is to look after seized assets, and they have the authority to sell assets at an appropriate time if they are depreciating in value or going to waste away prior to court. So that's how we deal with that issue, is with this management office. And these are experts in terms of accounting and managing property, which the police and the prosecutors are not. So thank you again for both interventions, and to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you for your answering big questions. So we have only 1 minute left, so I think we can have at least one question from the floor. So if you have any comment or questions to presenters or panelists, please. No questions. Okay, thank you. I'd like to, one question? Yes, please.
네, 저는 사이버안보연구소의 이화영이라고.
I am Lee Hwa-young of the Cybersecurity Research Institute. I do have a question. So concerning criminal records, the role of someone who has access to these records are very important. How can we manage the accessibility to criminal records? Are there any best practices related to access to criminal records and how such access is managed?
권한에 대해서
Well, concerning access to criminal records, well, for us prosecutors, investigators are given the authority to access criminal records, and there is a system to manage such access. In the past, there was no systematic management of these authorities, and so there were issues, but currently, even if you are a prosecutor or an investigator, you are not able to see criminal records that are not relevant to the case that you are in charge of. Or if you wish to look into other criminal records, you need there's an approval process. And so if you look into criminal records without the proper procedures, I understand that there are several laws that you would be infringing, and therefore you would be held accountable. So in the past, there were issues related to access to criminal records, and we have had instances of criminal punishment related to such access. Well, as someone who is a practitioner in this area, of course, if you illegally access someone's criminal records, obviously, then you should be held accountable. But there are times when you need the records from other cases. For example, if you have a case that is related to voice phishing and that is related to other cases. So if you wish to look into other cases, then you would go through the appropriate approval process. So you would be able to have access to other criminal records when needed through formal approval processes. So we have a system in place to manage access to criminal records and other forms of records as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you again, President German, Mr. Shim, and Dr. Kang for your excellent presentation and discussion. Thank you. Okay, it's time to move to the next session. I'm very happy to announce that we have only one session left. So the last session for this conference is about terrorism. And the presenter for this last session is Director Pisset Sardin, one of my old friends. So I'm all the more happy to introduce my old friend Pisset. And I miss the days we had UN PNI meetings in Bangkok. I missed Bangkok so much. So Director Sardin served in several management positions at the Ministry of Justice of Thailand, and also served as the Executive Director of Thailand Institute of Justice since the year of 2021. And Director Sardin will give his own presentation on the topic of terrorism with some samples of practices in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our last presenter, Director Sardin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for your kind introduction. It is really a pleasure to be able to address this important forum. I think it's good. My presentation will probably be shorter than other presenters, but I hope that would provide some time for discussion to share their views. At the onset, I would like to disclaim that the topic of terrorism is probably one of the least area that KICJIF has been working with, but in doing the preparation for this talk, I have been learning quite a lot of stuff from the perspective of Southeast Asia. So it would be my pleasure to also benefit from the sharing of information and points that would be raised after my presentation. So President Ha Tae-hoon, honorable panelists, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be able to participate in this forum. And my sincere appreciation goes to the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice for organizing very important event like this. My organization, the Thailand Institute of Justice, or TIJ, has become a member of the United Nations Program Network of Institutes, or UNPNIs, as its newest and the only one in Southeast Asia. As a new member, we gain valuable insights from our fellow institutes. In this regard, the Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice has been our aspiration due to their impactful research and their active engagement within the UN crime program. I would like to take this opportunity to also extend my warmest congratulations to the KICJ on the landmark 10th anniversary of the KICJ International Forum. This milestone is a testament to the forum's enduring commitment and its pivotal role in addressing some of the most critical issues in the realm of international criminal justice. Well, this year, emphasis on transnational organized crime is exceptionally pertinent as the international community witnesses the increasing complexity of criminal networks crossing borders. The implications of our collective security and stability in Asia and across the globe are profound. Addressing a range of critical issues, including human trafficking, we have all learned a great deal this morning, illicit drugs, cybercrime, and the last topic, terrorism. In this way, the forum effectively highlights the defining challenges of our globally connected era. I commend the KICJ for their strategic focus on these essential topics, facilitating a vital discourse in our collective efforts against organized crime. My presentation today will concentrate on one of these significant challenges, terrorism. Addressing terrorism, in fact, is an intricate task far beyond the realm of mere violence. It is deeply rooted in an array of socio-economic, cultural, and geographical factors that often catalyze extremist tendencies. A nuanced understanding of these underlying causes is crucial in crafting effective counterterrorism strategies. So today my discussion will center on three key dimensions. First, the complex and varied nature of terrorism in Southeast Asia. Second, I would touch upon the proactive strategies that are being implemented in the region to prevent such threats. And third, and the last point would be an overview of some of the key initiatives that provide examples of counterterrorism measures that are put in practice. But before I jump into this discussion, probably it's best to establish a shared understanding of terrorism so that we have a common understanding. And this will be done in line with the United Nations Security Council's definition as appeared in the resolution 1566 in 2004, which defines terrorism as acts intended to cause death or seriously bodily harm or take hostages with the purpose of provoking terror among populations or compelling actions from governments or international organizations. While terrorism has a clear definition, its complexity in practice is considerably heightened by the diverse motivations and backgrounds of groups engaged in these violent acts. In Southeast Asia, think I need to go back one more slide. No? Okay, maybe I'll just start with these factors. In this region that I came from, there are several groups and their activities are driven by many factors. Some are tendency focused on religious extremist ideologies. Some of them try to confront those with different belief systems. And often these actions also stem from a perception of existential threat and a desire to assert these ideologies. Compounding this are socioeconomic factors like economic deprivation, political disenfranchisement, and limited access to opportunities. These elements can deepen feelings of marginalization and injustice, and pushing individuals towards extremism as a form of expression or pursuit of a change. In Southeast Asia, the challenge of addressing radicalized groups is underscored by the activities of organizations like Jemaah Islamiyah in Indonesia and the Abu Sayyaf group in the Philippines. These groups have extensive connections and engage in activities that significantly disrupt regional stability. Additionally, the varying motives and actions of other groups, such as the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, in the Philippines, and the Patani United Liberation Organization, or PULO, in Thailand, also add layers of complexity to the efforts that aimed to promote peace and security in the region. Each of these groups operate with the unique motivations, and they can range from political aspirations and territorial claims to ideological beliefs and cultural or religious grievances. These tapestry of motives, often rooted in historical and political context, present a challenge for anyone who wants to formulate a targeted and effective counterterrorism strategy in this region. Now let me move on to the second part that highlights some of the regional strategies and responses in addressing the issue of terrorism in Southeast Asia. Some of you may be aware that in ASEAN, there has been significant effort in trying to bolster its counterterrorism initiative through mechanisms such as the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Transnational Crime and the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Transnational Crime, SOMTC. Also, the ASEAN Convention on Counterterrorism has been ratified by all member states, and this instrument provides a foundational framework for regional cooperation in preventing, law enforcement, eradication, and rehabilitation. I would like to highlight that the ASEAN counterterrorism strategy goes beyond stringent law enforcement, and it places equal emphasis on addressing socioeconomic disparities, enhancing educational opportunities, and fostering cultural and religious understanding. These efforts are key to dismantling the ideological basis of extremism and cultivating a climate of tolerance and dialogue. The ASEAN's counterterrorism strategy outlined in key documents such as the ASEAN Plan of Action to Prevent and Counter the Rise of Radicalization and Violent Extremism adopts a holistic approach. This strategy includes initiatives for reducing socioeconomic disparities detailed in the ASEAN Sociocultural Community Blueprint 2025, which focuses on poverty alleviation, healthcare accessibility, and sustainable economic growth as fundamental to addressing the root causes of extremism. In the realm of education, the ASEAN Work Plan on Education emphasizes enhancing educational opportunities. It promotes curricula that foster critical thinking, cultural awareness, and peace education. All of these aim to empower the youth to resist extremist ideologies. Moreover, fostering cultural and religious understanding is a key aspect in this strategy, as evidenced by programs such as the ASEAN Cultural ASEAN Culture of Prevention for a Peaceful, Inclusive, Resilient, Healthy, and Harmonious Society. This initiative promotes interfaith dialogues and cultural exchanges to cultivate mutual respect among diverse groups, which are essential for combating ideological extremism. These specific actions and references underline ASEAN's commitment to a comprehensive approach in countering terrorism, focusing on long-term peace and stability in the region. Now moving on to some examples that are put in practice in countering terrorism. So in order to build on those comprehensive framework, it's good to know that there are some actions that have been concretely taking place in order to put these strategic concepts into reality within the region. And these initiatives are undertaken by various stakeholders, and all of these testify to the dynamism that exists in the application of the strategies as outlined in the ASEAN documents. For Thailand, the SEED project, SEED, this one stands as a key example of innovative strategies within our region. This is a government initiative that aims at empowering youth so that they respect and uphold certain values, religious and cultural, all mixed together. And this initiative tried to also contribute to the community where the youth reside. The project takes a multifaceted approach, equipping young minds with critical skills to counter extremist propaganda, including training in critical thinking, digital literacy, and conflict resolution. These skills are vital in an age where extremist ideologies are increasingly spread online. By fostering open discussions and understanding of social and cultural complexities, the SEED project nurtures a generation that respects and actively promotes diversity. Engaging the youth in community development, this initiative not only empowers them, but also strengthens social bonds, mitigating social exclusion and fostering resilient community networks. But from my perspective, the SEED project, while it is a commendable effort, at the same time, there is also some opportunity to further enhance its framework if they can incorporate a wider range of perspectives and encouraging independent thinking. Such enhancements could lead to a holistic approach in youth empowerment, and it could foster an environment where diverse beliefs can be respected and embraced in a sustainable way. Now, moving on to another example of regional efforts, and this is the ASEAN UN Regional Youth Forum on Preventing Violent Extremism Through Sport, and jointly organized by several UN agencies, including United Nations Office of Counterterrorism and the ASEAN Secretariat. This initiative represents an inventive approach to building resilience among youth against the allure of extremism. Leveraging the universal appeal and unifying power of sports, it offers an inclusive platform where young people from diverse backgrounds can come together, fostering mutual understanding and respect. And more than just physical activity, this forum is also about shaping attitudes, encouraging teamwork, and also breaking down barriers that can lead to isolation and radicalization. The forum's success across the ASEAN region underscores the effectiveness of using sports as a tool for promoting peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the essence of my message today is that the battle against terrorism and radicalization is not a conventional one. It stretches far beyond the confines of law enforcement. This complex challenge demands an integrated approach that combines education, socioeconomic development, and cultural insight. Empowering youth, nurturing dialogue, and fostering resilient communities addresses not only the immediate challenges, but also lays a robust foundation for a future that is both peaceful and secure. This approach emphasizes the importance of working together and employing a range of strategies, from innovative to inclusive. It is through our joint efforts that we aim to build a society that is resilient to the many aspects of extremism, moving towards a future better equipped to handle these complex challenges. And this concludes my presentation, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Director Sardin, for your presentation on this topic. And for me, it is impressive. The Asian approach to the issue of terrorism as a matter of radicalization and violent extremism. And you mentioned some counter-terrorism strategies, including some acting plan on education. And you introduced some samples of practice. For example, Asian UN Regional Youth Forum on preventing violent extremism through sports. So it's very impressive practice. So thank you, Dr. Sardin. And now for this last session, we have also two panelists. One is Mr. Jae-hyuk Ryu from Korean National Police Agency. Mr. Ryu is a director of Counterterrorism Division. Thank you. And the last of the last panelist for this session is Dr. Yoon Hae-sung Yoon, one of my colleagues at KICJ. Thank you. So you two have 15 minutes for each. So Mr. Liu, you have the floor.
Thank you. As have been introduced, I am Ryu Jae-hyuk, Director of Counterterrorism Division at the Korea National Police Agency. First of all, thank you very much to KICJ. Thank you to the President of KICJ for inviting me as a discussant. And thank you to Director Pisset Saradien for your presentation on the challenges and preventive measures for combating terrorism in Southeast Asia. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. In particular, in relation to violent extremism, there were many policies that were named from ASEAN. Well, as a member of the Korean National Police Agency and as someone who was in charge of counterterrorism, what you have mentioned seems like a big list of homework for me. And so I feel the responsibility on my shoulders as the Director of Counterterrorism at the Korea National Police Agency. Having said that, I would like to talk about the Korean situation to improve for the understanding of everyone here today. First, concerning violent extremism. Well, when we talk about terror or terrorism, at times we use the word violent extremism. And I think this word is currently in the limelight. I believe through the Resolution 1728 of the UN Security Council, many countries have been asked to deal with violent extremism, and so many countries are currently in the stage of discussing ways to come up with plans and strategies against violent extremism. In January of 2008, the Republic of Korea established 16 items on the list of a master plan against violent extremism. For example, terrorism using bombs or hostages. These are traditional acts of terrorism. And so the international society has had counterterrorism operations against these traditional ways of terrorism. And these are ad hoc measures, and these are measures to hold individuals accountable for acts of terrorism. But ever since IS dominated the Middle East, we have seen violent extremism that happens across the world. And so the situation concerning terrorism is changing. And recently, we have seen that the underlying reason for terrorism is across various areas across our society. And so, as we have heard in the presentation, we are discussing how to deal with underlying reasons for terrorism. This is because we are seeing more violent extremism. So let's take a look at some of the features of violent extremism. First is that there is beheading or taking women as sex slaves. If we take a look at the situation between Hamas and Israel, we have also seen these sides of violent extremism. We have seen that the acts are becoming very violent and merciless, especially compared to the adults who are a part of extremism. The younger generation, if they are fostered to be a part of violent extremism, they become excellent jihads according to these extremists. And so we see the kidnapping of children to foster as jihads. And second, social networks are being leveraged by extremists. How are they utilizing SNS? They're using social networks to promote the legitimacy of violent extremists and also to attract potential terrorists. Third, we see that through globalization, there is the gap between haves and have-nots and also the economic inequity. And because we live in multicultural communities, we see discrimination and religious conflicts. And so these conflicts are leading to grievances. And when these grievances arise, then people could be easily swayed by the messages sent out through social networks. And these people may end up participating in violent extremism. The lonely wolves, they sometimes are individuals that become extremists because they are impacted by terrorist groups, and they actually have their own acts of terror. In particular, from the most vulnerable groups, if there is heightened grievances, then that is an easy connection to extreme terrorism. And so, as our presenter has mentioned, the only way to solve violent extremism is to have support and inclusion for the socially vulnerable so that they can be free from poverty or discrimination based on their religion or social status. And so we have to deal with the fundamental issues of violent extremism. In the case of Korea, we had believed that Korea is free from terrorism and that we are safe from terrorism, and you may think that as well. But in August, there was the incident in Seoyeon subway station where a knife was used to kill random people. And ever since then, we have also had other calls relating to potential terrorism. And so I don't think we can say any longer that Korea is free from violent extremism. Not only in Europe, but also in countries across Asia, we are seeing the birth of many groups of terror based on violent extremism. In the Korean society, as of 2022, 3.4% of our population is multicultural, which is a twofold increase in 10 years. So we are a multicultural society. But as we have seen in the Daegu incident, some Muslims studying in the area wish to build a temple, but sometimes they are met by protests by the local community, and some people are against accepting asylum seekers from Yemen, or there are sometimes resistance against allowing Afghanistan refugees to enter our country. And so based on religion or nationality, I do believe that there are forms of discrimination that do still exist within our society. So because of such discrimination, the Muslims living in Korea or other groups that are facing discrimination may develop grievances, and they may be swayed by violent extremists that are working outside of Korea, which may lead to acts of terror in Korea. And so the Korean government is making great efforts across the board, not only through intelligence agencies, but also through various ministries such as the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Gender and Family. And just like the SEED project of Thailand, we are working to work with the local community so that the local community can participate in raising a sense of togetherness within the community. I think I have used up all of the time that was allocated to me, and I would like to now close with this. So if I will make sure that I revisit the presentation by Dr. Visit Sardine so that we can reflect the presentation into our society to prevent violent extremism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. As Mr. Liu has commented, South Korean people has believed that we are living terrorism-free country, but things changed. Now, counterterrorism has become one of national policy agenda here. So Mr. Liu shares some policy information on the National Action Plan on Violent Extremism of South Korean government. And there are some policy shifts in counterterrorism which put more focus on some policies to prevent prevention policies and strategies against on violent extremism. So thank you, Mr. Liu, for your sharing valuable information on this topic. So the next panelist is Dr. Yoon at KICJ. Dr. Yoon, you have the floor.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Sardine, and you talked about the reason of terrorism, and you introduced the SEED program, which can eliminate the fundamental causes of terrorism. And I would like to talk about the situation in Korea. We do have the anti-terrorism law, and according to Article 2, the terror group is defined. And listening to the situation in Thailand, I think there are some similarities in acts of terror, and they are very complicated. As for when we look at the cases of terrorism, it all starts from one root. You are familiar with IS, Islamic State, and we cannot punish IS with the Korean anti-terror law because in Article 2, the concept of terror is only limited to the terror groups defined by the UN, but IS is not a terror group as defined under the UN, so we cannot punish such terror groups, and the law is criticized for that. In the US and in the UK, they define who the terrorist groups are. we have the similar, the US or the UK have similar organizations to Korea's Prime Minister's office or presidential office, and they have their own definition of terrorist groups. But Korea only follows the definition of terrorist groups as defined under the UN, so it's not up to date. And so we are making efforts. We need to redefine terror groups. In Thailand, do you have the similar anti-terror law? And how do you define terrorist groups? And as for ASEAN, I was, wondering, we have to be able to share information about the terrorist groups if we have the same definition of terror groups. Otherwise, we cannot share information. In the US and in the UK, they have a consultative body and they have this information sharing system. And so for the Asian countries, I'm very familiar with TIJ. In my room, I have a lot of gifts from TIJ. So maybe even within ASEAN, you have this senior officials meeting and convention on counterterrorism, and you have the ministerial meeting. And we have some people who are seconded to the Korean National Police Agency. So maybe we could have this similar consultative body so that we can prevent terrorism in our region. So I think that would be meaningful. I was terrorized in Japan. I was terrorized by cold, so that's why I lost my voice. Jokes aside, propagandas are very problematic through the dark web and social media. People are lured to go to the Islamic states. I think it was 5 years ago. It was a young student, Mr. Kim, went to Islamic State because he was lured on social media. And propagandas are very frightening. If you come, if you join us, you will be married to a beautiful woman, you will live in a palace, and you'll be rich. And so these are quite, attractive propositions. Cryptocurrency, similar to cryptocurrency, propaganda taking place on social media is very difficult to monitor. And in Korean law, we don't have the clause to punish. And if we interpret the clauses for the propaganda that made Mr. Kim go to Islamic State, we cannot punish that terrorist group. But when we look at the German law, there is a regulation for punishing such propaganda. And so I think we need to, look at our current legislation. And so, as a last commentator, I would like to end my comments here. And, my question was, do you have an anti-terror law in Thailand, and what is the law about? Thank you.
Yoon. Thank you, Dr. Yoon. Both Mr. Liu and Dr. Yoon commented on the risk of terrorist propaganda using social media online. So we'd like to discuss further about how to make some effective countermeasures against such terrorist propaganda online. So I think Director Sardin mentioned about ASEAN work plan on education from year 2021 to 25. I believe there are some contents on these preventive measures against terrorist propaganda online. And there are two questions from two panelists. One is there any act on counterterrorism in Thailand? Some national legislation or any legislative policies on counterterrorism in Thailand That is the first question. And the second question is about the the problem in legal definition of terrorist organization. As Dr. Yoon pointed out, the Korean has its own act on counterterrorism, which has its own provisions on the legal definition of terrorist organization, but that definition has very narrow scope. So Dr. Yoon thinks that that legal definition is not enough to countermeasure against terrorist organization which is evolving, which keep evolving in recent days. So can you comment on that questions, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, and many thanks for your interest in Thailand's legislation regarding efforts to curb the terrorism. I think for Thailand, we have, since 2003, legal framework with respect to terrorism. The way we introduce this is through the amendment of the Penal Code. We do not have any specific comprehensive law against terrorism per se, but we just modify the criminal code, and there are specific measures or definitions within that section. I think it follows more or less the UN definition in a sense that any acts that involve use of force intended to cause harm to life or bodily injury with an intent to coerce government to do something, that kind of similar standard definition. But in Thailand, we also defined or spell out specific types of actions. For instance, any action that causes severe damage to public transportation system. This kind of very spelled out telecommunication infrastructure or any public infrastructure. That kind of big scale damage is also part of the definition, the legal definition. So it might, in a way, restrict the scope of terrorism to some extent. It tends to be focusing on damage done to the public and to the government property, more or less. That's the way it is crafted. But in terms of mechanism, I think we have also another decree in response to emergency situation, and that would probably be used together with the penal code to counter violent extremism activities. But also this legal framework has its own causes because it tends to be easily invoked, and when invoked it could prompt the government to use quite severe measure that could infringe fundamental rights, limit people's fundamental rights in a significant way. So it has been criticized too over the years. So we are still struggling in terms of finding the right balance.
So Thailand Penal Code has its own special provisions on the crimes of terrorism. Or is there any another legal provisions on violent extreme activities?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I don't think we have any yet.
So
we have very broad emergency situation, countering emergency situation decree that it's like a broad umbrella legal framework that the government can, in order to use this, it has to meet certain criteria prescribed by the law. So if those violent extremism activities fit the criteria, then it is possible for the government to invoke this.
And you've introduced some special program such as Youth Forum on preventing violent extremism through sport. And as Dr. Yoon, both Dr. Yoon and Mr. Liu mentioned, against the risk of spreading terrorist propaganda online. So do you have any special education program for children and youth who are very vulnerable to such propaganda online? Do you have any idea on such educational programs?
I think the SEED is one good example, but there are several initiatives similar to the SEED that has been undertaken by private companies as part of their CSRs, and also some civil society organizations that I am aware of also taking part in similar approach in empowering the youth. And there is also one telecommunication company that recently launched a project that recruit junior high school students to come together and through empowering exercise, invite them to also come up with their own strategies in mitigating various forms of online exploitation and also violence, extremism cases. And this kind of approach, it's interesting in the sense that it opens up potential for innovative solution that could come from the person that is affected by the online recruitment by focusing on children. But we need to equip them with some degree of familiarization with the issue, but we allow them to brainstorm among themselves and come up with a solution. And we were surprised at some very interesting idea that could put into practice by several agencies that we could not have thought of myself, because we tend not to be thinking in terms or from the perspective of youth themselves. So by allowing the youth to do the job of thinking and innovating, we could benefit a lot from this kind of initiative. And KICJIF has been partnering with this company on several occasions, and we hope to continue this kind of effort in order to leverage youth power.
Thank you, Pisette. And I have a question for Mr. Liu. Is our police has any program, I mean public awareness program against violent extremism? Do you have any?
Well, within the Korea National Police Agency, we have the Counterterrorism Division, but we also have a counterterrorism center under the Prime Minister's office. And currently at the Korea National Police Agency, we do not have programs that we use to directly work with the youth, but we do have promotional activities. But as I have mentioned before, the Ministry of Education does have a program for the youth, and local governments are working with civic groups to run programs for the youth. But we do not have the information on how these programs are being operated.
It's the time to close this session and the conference. So, but we have some time left, so I'd like to invite anyone who'd like to give some comments on questions. Yes, please.
안녕하세요.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. This may be a sensitive question, but I will ask anyway. Sensitive but fundamental question. Sports was used as a medium to narrow the differences, but the fundamental reason why terrorism occurs, I think, because of different perceptions of history. It depends on who looks at the situation, because in Korea we had the independence fighters, but these people were considered as terrorists when they were looked at from the colonial Japanese government. Hamas activities, I don't want to support Hamas, but we first have to look at the historical background of Hamas and Israel. Hamas and Palestine, could be considered as victims when we look at their historical background. So maybe coordinating these different ideas and opinions about the history, I think that could be the ultimate solution. Maybe a third country other than Hamas or Israel could play the role of a coordinator to settle the differences. We could use sports as a medium, but I think maybe we should go and tackle fundamental issues like international politics, history. So how can we get to the core of the conflict? Yes, thank you for your courageous question. Dr. Yoon, could you answer that question?
테러를 하고 계세요.
You are terrorizing me with your question. It is too difficult to answer. I think it was back in 2011. I visited the US and there was a Terrorism Research Institute at the University of Maryland, and there was a professor by the name of Gary. I said I was from Korea, and the professor showed me that there was terrorism in Korea and showed some video footages. And you remember the Daegu subway incident? This was also considered act of terror. Terror comes from, religious and political beliefs. Hamas, Israel are prime examples. But nowadays, it can be anything. Economy, different interest, anything. And the research project was about, counter-terrorism mechanism, but it was difficult to define who the terrorist groups were. So yes, thank you for bringing that up. Historical background is very important, but I think we are moving along the lines of international politics, not past-oriented, but more future-oriented. And so international politics circles are talking about terrorism a lot, and that's not my field of expertise. So I think I can only touch at that surface level.
Okay, it's time to close the session. So I'd like to thank you for all the participants here and online. And I'd like to thank you, Dr. Sadin and Mr. Ryu and Yoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kim, and all the participants and presenters and discussants. This concludes all 5 thematic sessions for KICJ International Forum. Before closing, KICJ President Tae-Hoon Ha will deliver the closing remarks.
정말 장식.
Thank you for joining us until the very end of the forum. and thank you for honoring us with your presence today. As the host, I don't know if it is my place to say this, but I believe that we have had a most successful international forum. This was possible thanks to our excellent keynote speakers, thematic speakers, as well as the discussants. Above all, thank you very much for joining us from all countries around the world. Thank you to the heads of the UN PNI member agencies for joining us across such a long distance. Through the International Forum, we were able to once again recognize the need for international cooperation in order to combat transnational organized crime. The KICJ will continue to work with the organizations under the UN PNI umbrella to share research results and information so that together we can have joint researches on transnational organized crime. I hope that we will have an opportunity to organize such collaborative projects. Through the hosting of the International Forum, we were able to see the passion of Director Choi Ji-sun and her team. Thank you very much. And thank you also to our interpreters who have enabled accurate communication. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish you great health and the best of luck. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone with us for a long day today. This concludes the 10th Korean Institute of Criminology and Justice International Forum, Criminal Justice and Legal Policy Responses to Combat Transnational Organized Crime. KICJ hopes to see you again next year. Thank you.